Hello, YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. Thank you all for being here. It has been a hell of a day. So, hopefully, everything goes smooth tonight because that's how the internet works. And when you've had a day where you have screwed up everything that you have tried to do, we all just know that everything will go perfectly when you try to do something online because that's how the world works. I'm literally sitting here still getting ready, fading our usual 4 minutes with all of our appropriate warnings, waiting for people to come in and grab a seat. Puppy is already pawing at my leg, going show me off. I am a puppy. I'm hoping we have a few people come and join us. I'm not talking to myself again, but hey, I grew up talking to myself. I was an only child, so I can talk to myself for days. Let's see. Sorry, little puppy. I will show off the puppy later. He's been a pretty good boy today. Yeah, no, he tries really hard at being a puppy. Yes, and he likes it when I say the word puppy because he knows I'm talking about him. They can't see you right now. I don't have my camera on yet. I will show you off, I promise. See, he doesn't like being on camera, but somehow he knows that it's a good thing for him. So, puppy. Ever spend all day waiting for a delivery and it's like super late at night? It's still not here, but it still says it's out for delivery, but you kind of don't believe them anymore. Okay, let's get on with some things. Please heed all warnings because this book gets dark. We're not at the super dark, creepy parts. Well, we are at the creepy parts. Just to recap, I forgot how quickly this book got into it. It has basically no preamble and no setup. We've had leading idiot Anastasia Steele meet blatant psycho Christian Grey after she gets bullied into doing an interview that her roommate was supposed to do because the ultra successful billionaire guy who doesn't give interviews somehow agreed to give one to a college paper because he's giving the keynote speech at graduation, even though he didn't go there, but he just donated a lot of money to it for some reason. It's a stupid reason for them to meet. She made a fool out of herself. He acted like a pompous jackass and then proceeded to immediately stalk her. And I mean full on stalk her because he found out, probably not legally, where she works and when her shift is because he arranged to be there so that he could purchase what E.L. James no doubt thought were good depictions of bondage supplies, even though they were not. As I said before, do not use cable ties for bondage. Bad idea. Very bad idea. Puppy, you are so desperate. I will pick him up in a minute. For now, all rise for our national anthem, and then we shall continue with our twisted tale that somehow tricked the entire world into thinking it was romantic. Don't ask me how, I just work here.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down. Make sure the unconscious person is safe. And this is the important part again. Don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure. But unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hey, there we go. All right. Let's get this party started. We have our tie of importance going on. You know, I debated wearing foundation. I should have. Oh well. We have a lovely glass of wine tonight because I don't know why, but this just feels like a wine type book. Also, I think there's less chance I will get so drunk that I ramble for 9 hours. So we'll see. Come in and grab a seat, everyone. I see people coming in. Hello, nice to have you. Thank you for being here. You are awesome. Puppy, you bugged me the entire time. I am not on camera, and I'm finally on camera and can show him off, and he's sulking because I wouldn't pick him up a minute ago. Come here, you. Come here. Let us all get our puppy. Oh, I always think I have my makeup like sorted, and I completely don't. Now I look like I have a black eye. Come here. Come on. Come on up. Yes, come here. Come on, stop sulking. Come here. Yeah, come here. Yep, now I want to pick you up. Come here. There we go. Let me control your feet so you don't break another pair of headphones. I've gone through 2 this year, and that's too many. Oh, no, he has to lick. Because, of course, he has to lick. Because all he knows how to do is lick. Yes, that's all you know how to do. Oh, puppy, where are you trying to go? Where are you trying to go? There's nowhere for you to go. Oh, God, you're so hot. It's very, very warm in here. Hence the fan. So this is the puppy. I got you. No, you don't need to freak out. Okay, I'm going to sit you on my leg. There. There. He likes this. Because he gets belly rubs. Yes, I know. I know. You're just so cute. You're just so cute, aren't you? You're just so cute. Yes. I'm a cute puppy. Everybody love me. Okay, say bye to the puppy. Bye. I have to go curl up and growl at the kitty. Oh, also, my phone may go off during live stream. I know that's bad form, but I'm waiting on a delivery that I've been waiting for all day, and if I miss it, I'm going to die. It is my much-awaited birthday gift. It is close to a month after I ordered it, and I had to order it again from a second place after the first place said they had it, and then they didn't have it, and then they said they shipped it, and then they didn't, and then it was a whole thing. So hopefully it gets here. I waited, and I'm not a patient person. Hello, Nightwolf. Good to see you. Ugh. Okay, why my eyeliner got be like? I think I poked myself in the eye. Okay. Whatever. It'll go away. It'll stop bothering me in a minute. Chapter 4. Kiss me, damn it. I implore him, but I can't move. I'm paralyzed by a strange, unfamiliar need. Completely captivated by him. I'm staring at Christian Grey's mouth, mesmerized, and he's looking down at me, his gaze hooded, his eyes darkening. What is it with her and people having magic, like, shifting eyes all the time? Like, is that just leftover Twilight crap? Because, in case there's anyone on planet Earth who doesn't know, these were based on a Twilight fanfiction. So there's some things in here that I'm pretty sure she just never changed from when it was a Twilight fanfiction. And so, like, people having color changing eyes being one of them. He's breathing harder than usual, and I've stopped breathing altogether. In your arms. Kiss me, please. He closes his eyes, takes a deep breath, and gives me a small shake of his head as if in answer to my silent question. When he opens his eyes again, it's with a new purpose, a steely resolve. You cannot use the word steely resolve when you name one of your characters Steel. That is just no. Anastasia, you should steer clear of me. I'm not the man for you, he whispers. What? Where is this coming from? Surely I should be the judge of that. No. I frown and my head swims with rejection. Breathe, Anastasia, breathe. I'm going to stand you up and let you go, he says quietly, and he gently pushes me away. Adrenaline has spiked through my body, from the near miss with the cyclist or the heady proximity to Christian, leaving me wired and weak. No, my psyche screams as he pulls away, leaving me bereft. What? This is not a dream, by the way. This is real. I had even forgotten where the hell we were because who cares? But this is not a dream. I read the beginning of this thinking she's dreaming like the day after. No. He has just saved her from being hit by a cyclist, and now he's holding her in his arms, and she said some of that out loud, and he's doing the no, you can't love me, I have to let you go for your own good because I'm secretly a monster thing. His awareness of his level of monster, like, shall we say, varies greatly. But he certainly doesn't let it stop him. Okay, I really meant to, like, grab a highlighter so I don't constantly lose my place, but I didn't, because multiple things went wrong today, and then it got late in the day, like, way faster than I thought. He has his hands on my shoulders, holding me at arm's length, carefully watching my reactions, and the only thing I can think is that I wanted to be kissed. Made it pretty damn obvious, and he didn't do it. He doesn't want me. He really doesn't want me. They literally just met. I have royally screwed up the coffee morning. Okay, if it's the third date, I can say you royally screwed up, but when it's coffee with a guy who stalked you, I've got this, I breathe, finding my voice. Thank you, I mutter, awash with humiliation. How could I have misread the situation between us so utterly? I need to get away from him. She ain't misread fuck. He wants to own her. He doesn't, like, it, that is all it is. He wants to own her. But it's like, for what? He frowns. He hasn't taken his hands off me. For saving me, I whisper. That idiot was riding the wrong way. I'm glad I was here. I shudder to think what could have happened to you. Do you want to come and sit down in the hotel for a moment? He releases me, his hands by his sides, and I'm standing in front of him feeling like a fool. With a shake, I clear my head. I just want to go. All my vague, unarticulated hopes have been dashed. When exactly did she amass these hopes? Because seriously, she interviewed him, he was a dick, and then he stalked her at work and made her really uncomfortable. So, let's just go with no. He doesn't want me. What was I thinking? I scold myself. What would Christian Grey want with you? My subconscious mocks me. I wrap my arms around myself and turn to face the road and note with relief that the green man has appeared. I quickly make my way across, conscious that Grey is behind me. Outside the hotel, I turn briefly to face him, but cannot look him in the eye. Thanks for the tea and doing the photo shoot, I murmur. Anastasia, He stops, and the anguish in his voice demands my attention. No, it doesn't. So I peer unwillingly up at him. His gray eyes are bleak as he runs his hand through his hair. Oh, God! I'm gonna have, flashbacks to the mister, because she carried over so much crap, including the running the hand through the hair, because Maxim did that all the fucking time, too. Oh, God. He looks torn, frustrated. His expression stark. All his careful control has evaporated. No, it hasn't. What, Christian? I snap, irritable, after he says, nothing. I just want to go. I need to take my fragile, wounded pride away and somehow nurse it back to health. This is the effect he has on her in 20 minutes. She's not a real person. Good luck with your exams, he murmurs. Huh? This is why you look so desolate? This is the big send-off? Just to wish me luck with my exams? Thanks. I can't disguise the sarcasm in my voice. Goodbye, Mr. Grey. I turn on my heel, vaguely amazed that I don't trip, and without giving him a second glance, I disappear down the sidewalk towards the underground garage. Once underneath the dark, cold concrete of the garage with its bleak fluorescent light, I lean against the wall and put my head in my hands. What was I thinking? Unbidden and unwelcome tears pool in my eyes. Why am I crying? I sink to the ground. Ew, in an underground parking garage? That's got to be one of the filthiest places on the planet. Ew. Angry at myself for this senseless reaction. Yeah, it is a senseless reaction because you got no reason to feel this way, honey. None whatsoever. Drawing up my knees, I fold in on myself. I want to make myself as small as possible. Perhaps this nonsensical pain will be smaller the smaller I am. So she's acting like a toddler. By literally curling up on the ground in a filthy, disgusting underground parking because sexy man didn't kiss me. Wah. Guy I've known for 20 minutes wasn't immediately smitten. Oh, dear God. I know you have, honey. We're here for you. And puppy girl. All of the loves. But yeah, do please be here because it's a quiet night and I need somebody to bounce off of. Also, we have wine and encourage drinking. But yes, our leading lady is devastated that he didn't ravish her on the sidewalk after stalking her and demanding that she have coffee with him. My head on my knees, I let the irrational tears fall unrestrained. I'm crying over the loss of something I never had. They've known each other for 20 minutes! Oh, yeah, no, she's literally cringing on the ground, knees folded up into her chest because he didn't kiss her, and she's all devastated and sad, and, she had such, romantic fantasies, apparently, for this guy who has been nothing but a dick and then stalked her to her place of work in, an afternoon. Yeah, there's no way this person, as written, is a functional adult. Like, granted, I am not a functional adult, but I do better than this. Yeah, it's secretly a thing. Like, I feel like it was less obvious in these than in the Mr. series. It's way more obvious because literally every character calls her a child. But it's here. I'm already like 3 times. I've already pointed at stuff and gone, oh, that carried over into the Mr. But especially the Mr. more than the Mrs. The first one is just the retelling of all 3 50 Shades. I could tell that reading it. It was all 3 of the 50 Shades in one book, minus the bondage element, sort of, but not the attitude. And so yeah, she's got a secret thing with the infantilizing. It's just a little more hidden in this one, though not that much. Mourning something that never was. My dashed hopes, my dashed dreams, my soured expectations. Okay, I got unceremoniously dumped out of a 10-month relationship and I wasn't this morose. And I had actual plans. Like, I had done furniture shopping and filled out paperwork to make my relationship happen, and I wasn't this bad. I've never been on the receiving end of rejection. Okay, so I was always one of the last to be picked for baseball or volleyball, and I understood that. Running and doing something else at the same time, like bouncing or throwing a ball, is not my thing. I'm a serious liability in any sporting field. Romantically, though, I've never put myself out there. Ever. A lifetime of insecurity. I'm too pale, too skinny, too scruffy, too uncoordinated. My long list of faults goes on. So basically, she has no self-esteem. She has no self-confidence. She's a complete pushover for everyone around her, and she's had no romantic interest in anyone until Prince Charming came into her life. Like, isn't it any wonder he's able to, like, so completely psychologically destroy her and turn her into a literal slave by the end of this? So I've always been the one to rebuff any would-be admirers. There was that guy in my chemistry class who liked me, but no one has ever sparked my interest. No one except Christian Damn Gray. Maybe I should be kinder to the likes of Paul Clayton and Jose Rodriguez, because we also have the theme of literally every male character being infatuated with her and hitting on her openly every single minute. Though I'm sure neither of them has been found sobbing alone in dark places. Perhaps I just need a good cry. When you need a good cry, you need a bottle of wine and a pint of ice cream to go with it while watching something trashy and sappy and so disgustingly romantic that you hate it while you love it at the same time. Kate and Leopold, top recommend. Excellent movie. Also, Hugh Jackman in some very tight pants and acting like an actual gentleman, which makes me cry. Yes, she did not graduate from college. She went to college for a year, and that was the only time she was ever around boys. Oh yeah, no, there's no consistency whatsoever. No. And that gets worse as we go on. This is a person who's about to graduate college. She's about to graduate. So she should be like way more mature than this. Not that you can't be immature and go to college. Like any frat will back me on that, but she's about to graduate. This is pre-graduation because I believe it's probably the next time she sees him, he's giving the keynote address. That's why he was being interviewed for the student paper, because he's giving a speech, and so they needed to interview him first for a college paper because that's a thing. We're only on chapter 4. We got a lot of book left to go. So she's about to graduate. Stop now. My subconscious is metaphorically screaming at me. At least in this one, she made it clear that the subconscious is a metaphor and not schizophrenia. Arms folded, leaning on one leg and tapping her foot in frustration. Get in the car. Go home. Do your studying. Forget about him. Now. And stop all this self-pitying, wallowing crap. Yeah. Yeah, she does eventually wind up in charge of a publishing company like a week after graduating. And the book actually has the fucking balls to claim it's not because he bought the company. That it has nothing to do with that she was on merit. Are you kidding me? I love the Cinema Sins! Hi, Mark! Good to see ya! But yes, the Cinema Sins and the Honest Trailers are amazing for these. They are some of the best ever done. Some of their highest rated too, and most watched because they deserve it. They go to town and a half. They have no mercy on this crap. I hope they redo them because they've been redoing some of their older ones to be a little more vicious than they thought they could be. So I'm hoping these make the grade. I want to see. I want more because yeah, they had some fun ripping these apart. Especially the Honest Trailer. The Honest Trailer is so good. Yeah, totally. That's exactly how it works. And merit has so much to do with getting promoted in corporations. That's entirely how that works. God, if I had gotten anything on merit in school, I would have graduated college by the time I was 14. I take a deep, steadying breath and stand up. Get it together, Steele. What is she, some hard-nosed detective now? Shut up. I head for Kate's car, wiping the tears off my face as I do so. I will not think of him again. I can just chalk up this incident to experience and concentrate on my exams. Kate is sitting at the dining table at her laptop when I arrive. Her welcoming smile fades when she sees me. Hannah, what's wrong? Oh no, not the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. I shake my head in a back off now Kavanaugh way. And I might as well be dealing with a blind deaf mute. Okay, politically incorrect much. You've been crying. She has an exceptional gift for stating the damn obvious sometimes. What did that bastard do to you? She growls. Her face. Geez, she's scary. If only in the movie she hadn't been a vapid bimbo slut. Nothing, Kate. That's actually the problem. The thought brings a wary smile to my face. Then why have you been crying? You never cry, she says, her voice softening. She stands, her green eyes brimming with concern. She puts her arms around me and hugs me. I need to say something just to get her to back off. I was nearly knocked over by a cyclist. It's the best I can do, but it distracts her momentarily from him. Geez, Anna, are you okay? Were you hurt? She holds me at arm's length and does a quick visual checkup on me. No, Christian saved me, I whisper, but I was quite shaken. I'm not surprised. How was coffee? I know you hate coffee. I had tea. It was fine. Nothing to report, really. I don't know why he asked me. He likes you, Anna. She dropped her arms. Not anymore. I won't be seeing him again. Yes, I managed to sound matter of fact. Oh. Damn it. She's intrigued. I head to the kitchen so she can't see my face. Yeah, he's a little out of my league, Kate, I say dryly as I can manage. What do you mean? Oh, Kate, it's obvious. I whirl around and face her as she stands in the kitchen doorway. Not to me, she says. Okay, he's got more money than you, but he has more money than most people in America. Kate, I shrug. Anna, for heaven's sakes, how many times do I have to tell you? You're a total babe. She interrupts me. Oh no, she's off on this tirade again. This is straight out of She's All That. The pretty ugly girl. The dorky, in this case, what is it? She's a literary student. She's a English lit major. You know, the dorky, clumsy girl who doesn't know how pretty she is and just needs a man to tell her. Also, can I point out that Christian Grey pulled a classic mental abuse tactic of basically demanding that she have coffee with him and like kind of making a scene in front of her friends until she gives in. And then when she does and it's going well, and he's clearly got her infatuated for the moment because she's suddenly going, I want him to kiss me, this guy that I just met who's done nothing but bully me and be an asshole every time we speak. She's suddenly going like, kiss me, Prince Charming. And he goes, no, I can't. I made a mistake. I can't be with you. I have to let you go and never see you again and goodbye. So the push-pull thing, he's absolutely yo-yoing her emotions and he knows exactly what he is doing. Kate, please, I need to study. I cut her short. She frowns. Do you want to see the article? It's finished. Jose took some great pictures. Do I need a visual reminder of the beautiful Christian I don't want you gray? Oh, God. Sure. I magic a smile on my face and stroll over to the laptop. And there he is, staring at me in black and white. Staring at me and finding me lacking. This girl has no self-esteem whatsoever. I pretend to read the article, all the time meeting his steady gray gaze, searching the photo for some clues as to why he's not the man for me. Okay, is she like, what is wrong with her? She's this far in with a guy she has known for a collective hour. His own words, and it's suddenly blindingly obvious. He's too gorgeously good looking. We're poles apart, and from two very different worlds. I have a vision of myself as Icarus flying too close to the sun and crashing and burning as a result. His words make sense. He's not the man for me. This is what he meant. And it makes his rejection easier to accept. Almost. I can live with this. I understand. In any other book, she's like 3 pages from unaliving herself. Very good, Kate. I manage. I'm going to study. I'm not going to think about him again from now on. I vow to myself, and open my course notes and start to read. It's only when I'm in bed, trying to sleep, that I allow my thoughts to drift to my strange morning. I keep coming back to the I don't do the girlfriend thing quote, and I'm angry that I didn't pounce on this information sooner, before I was in his arms, mentally begging him with every fiber of my being to kiss me. He'd said it there and then. He didn't want me as a girlfriend. I turn onto my side. Idly, I wonder if perhaps he's celibate. I close my eyes and begin to drift. Maybe he's saving himself. Well, not for you. My sleepy subconscious has a final swipe at me before unleashing itself on my dreams. That night I dream of gray eyes and leafy patterns in milk, and I'm running through dark places with eerie strip lighting, and I don't know if I'm running towards something or away from it. It's just not clear. If you're running through dark places with creepy lighting, you are running from something. There is no other interpretation of that, unless you are, like, what, running through hell because you're courting the devil? But E.L. James is not that smart. I put my pen down. Finished. My final exam is over. A Cheshire cat grin spreads over my face. It's probably the first time all week that I've smiled. It's Friday and we should be celebrating tonight. Really celebrating. I might even get drunk. Who makes it through college without getting drunk? I've never been drunk before. See? This is why she's not real. There's no way in hell that she is real. Nobody goes to college and doesn't get drunk at least once. And I'm sorry to any homeschool moms, but yes, your kids were drunk within 20 minutes of arriving because you sheltered them their whole lives, and they don't know how to handle the real fucking world, so they're usually the worst. You know, I don't know if we ever find out that she was homeschooled until college, but it would not surprise me. She strikes me very much as that. If they had put in that her mom was like Sheldon Cooper's mom from Big Bang Theory and was like fundamentalist Christian or fundamentalist Mormon or something like that, and she had been homeschooled in this ultra-conservative, ultra-religious setting, then she would make a lot more sense. Ow. I glance across the hall at Kate. She's still scribbling furiously, 5 minutes to the finish. This is it, the end of my academic career. I shall never have to sit in rows of anxious, isolated students again. Inside, I'm doing graceful cartwheels around my head, knowing full well it's the only place I can do graceful cartwheels. Kate stops writing and puts her pen down. She glances across at me, and I catch her Cheshire cat smile too. We head back to our apartment together in her Mercedes, refusing to discuss our final paper. Kate is more concerned about what she's going to wear to the bar this evening. I'm busy fishing around in my purse for my keys. Anna, there's a package for you. Kate is standing on the steps up to the front door, holding a brown paper parcel. Odd. I haven't ordered anything from Amazon recently. Kate gives me the parcel and takes my keys to open the front door. It's addressed to Miss Anastasia Steele. There's no sender's address or name. Perhaps it's from my mom or Ray. Okay, like, big red flag. If something is at your door and it doesn't have a return address or like stamps or post office markings, then somebody put it at your door, meaning whoever sent it knows where you live. It's probably from my folks. Open it. Kate is excited as she heads into the kitchen for our exams are finished hurrah champagne. Oh, the number of strung along words with dashes in this. I open the parcel and inside find a half-leather box containing 3 seemingly identical old cloth-covered books in mint condition and a plain white card. Written on one side, in black ink and neat cursive handwriting is, "Why didn't you tell me there was danger? Why didn't you warn me?" Ladies know what to guard against because they read novels that tell them of those tricks. I recognize the quote from Tess. Why is my voice suddenly... Ugh. There is a fly by wide glass and it's bothering me. Come here. Ugh. Oh, God, there's another one. I do not want to pour this down the sink. Fuck. Ew. Ew, 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 ew. Huh. Hey. I recognize the quote from Tess. I'm stunned by the coincidence as I've just spent 3 hours writing about the novels of Thomas Hardy in my final examination. Perhaps there's no coincidence. Perhaps it's deliberate. I inspect the books closely. 3 volumes of Tess of Ubervilles. I've never read that. I don't know how to pronounce it, so don't judge me. I open the front cover of one of the books. Written in an old typeface on the front plate is London. Jack R. Upgood. Something, I don't know. It's in an actual, hard to read font and it's tiny. 1881. Holy shit. They are first editions. They must be worth a fortune, and I know immediately who sent them. Kate is at my shoulder, gazing at the books. She picks up the card. First editions, I whisper. No. Kate's eyes are wide with disbelief. Gray? I nod. Can't think of anyone else. What does the card mean? I have no idea. I think it's a warning, honestly. He keeps warning me off. He's done it once. I have no idea why. It's not like I'm beating his door down. I frowned. See, this is stage 2. First he insists she goes out with him. She does. He pushes her away. And now, a couple days later, he sends her an ultra lavish gift with some very carefully chosen romantic poetry. This is this is straight up just Manipulator's Handbook 101. Again, I don't remember who did it. I will try to find it and post it in my Discord, but somebody, it might have been taken down by now, honestly. But a while ago, I found this. Somebody did a very excellent breakdown comparing the known strategies of cult leaders, Manson, Jones, a few others, because there is a method to how cults indoctrinate people, how they break them down. And Christian Grey hits every single one of those steps. He follows that pattern perfectly in the way that he treats her. Also, if you look at the way that pimps and sex traffickers treat women and make them dependent, a lot of matches up there too. I know you don't want to talk about him, Anna, but he's seriously into you. Warnings or no. I will not let myself dwell on Christian Grey for the past. I have not let myself dwell on Christian Grey for the past week. I don't believe her. Okay, so his gray eyes are still haunting my dreams. And I know it will take an eternity to expunge the feel of his arms around me and his wonderful fragrance from my brain. They met twice. She's so, oh my God. This girl needs to be like institutionalized and taught how to grow up. Why has he sent me this? He told me I wasn't for him. I found one Tess first edition for sale in New York for $14,000, but yours look in much better condition. They must have cost more. Kate is consulting her good friend Google. This quote, Tess says it to her mother after Alex de Uberville has had his wicked way with her. See, that sounds like a much better book to be reading. I know, muses Kate. What is he trying to say? I don't know, and I don't care. I can't accept these from him. I'll send them back with an equally baffling quote from some obscure part of the book. The bit where Angel Claire says fuck off? Kate asks with a completely straight face. Yes, that bit. I giggle. I love Kate. She's loyal and supportive. I repack the books and leave them on the dining table. Kate hands me a glass of champagne. To the end of exams and our new life in Seattle. She grins. To the end of exams, our new life in Seattle, and excellent results. We clink glasses and drink. The bar is loud and hectic with soon-to-be graduates out getting trashed. Jose joins us. He won't graduate for another year, but he's in the mood to party and gets us in the spirit of our newfound freedom by buying a pitcher of margaritas for all of us. As I down my fifth glass, I know this is not a good idea on top of the champagne. Yeah, she's trashed. So what now, Anna? Jose shouts at me over the noise. Kate and I are moving to Seattle. Kate's parents have bought a condo there for her. Dios mio, how the other half live. But you'll be back for my show. Of course, Jose, I wouldn't miss it for the world. I smile and he puts his arm around my waist and pulls me close. It means a lot to me that you'll be there, Anna. He whispers in my ear. Another margarita? Jose Luis Rodriguez, are you trying to get me drunk? Because I think it's working. I giggle. I think I'd better have a beer. I'll go get us a pitcher. Oh, margaritas and beer? Ew. Ugh. More drink, Anna, Kate bellows. Kate has the constitution of an ox. She's got her arm draped over Levi, one of her fellow English students, and her usual photographer on her student newspaper. He's given up taking photos of the drunkenness that surrounds him. He only has eyes for Kate. She's in a tiny camisole, tight jeans, and high heels, hair piled with tendrils hanging down softly around her face, her usual stunning self. Me, I'm more of a Converse and t-shirt kind of gal, but I'm wearing my most flattering jeans. I move out of Jose's hold and get up from our table. Whoa, head spin. Yeah, always get up between drinks to just kind of gauge how good you still are on your feet or not. I have to grab the back of the chair. Tequila-based cocktails are not a good idea. I make my way to the bar and decide that I should visit the bathroom while I'm on my feet. Good thinking, Anna. I stagger off through the crowd. Of course there's a line, but at least it's quiet and cool in the corridor. I reach for my cell phone to relieve the boredom of waiting. Who did I last call? Was it Jose? Before that, a number I don't recognize. Oh, yes, Ray. I think this is his number. I giggle. I have no idea what time it is. Maybe I'll wake him. Perhaps he can tell me why he sent me those books and the cryptic message. If he wants me to stay away, he should leave me alone. I suppress a drunken grin and hit the call button. He answers on the second ring. Okay, thumbs up in the chat if you have ever drunk dialed somebody and then regretted it. I don't think I've ever actually called anybody, but I have definitely drunk message texted, etc. people and then been like in the morning, dear God, what did I do? Anastasia? He sounds surprised to hear from me. Well, frankly, I'm surprised to be calling him. Then my befuddled brain registers. How does he know it's me? 'Cause caller ID. Anastasia, are you okay? You sound a bit strange. Oh, she said, why did you send me the books? I slur at him. Again, this is all in like brick text. There's no spaces on anything, so it's really hard to read. His voice is filled with concern. I'm not the strange one, you are. There, that told him, my courage fueled by alcohol. Anastasia, have you been drinking? What's it to you? I'm curious. Where are you? In a bar? Which bar? He sounds exasperated. A bar in Portland. How are you getting home? I'll find a way. This conversation is not going how I expected. Do they really not have plans to take an Uber? Like, why did you send me the books, Christian? Anastasia, where are you? Tell me now. His tone is so dictatorial. His usual control freak. I imagine him as an old-timey movie director wearing jawhoppers, holding an old-fashioned megaphone and a riding crop. Oh, God. She couldn't resist. She couldn't resist the riding crop. No. Bad author. No. See, I know how to wield a freaking riding crop, and I smacked the book with it. See? Bad book. Bad book. I'm just going to keep this handy. You're so domineering, I giggle. Anna, so help me, where the fuck are you? Christian Grey is swearing at me. I giggle again. I'm in Portland. It's a long way from Seattle. Where in Portland? Good night, Christian. Anna. I hang up. Ha. Though he didn't tell me about the books. I frown. Mission not accomplished. I'm really quite drunk. My head swims uncomfortably as I shuffle in the line. Well, the object of the exercise was to get drunk. I have succeeded. This is what it's like. Probably not an experience to be repeated. The line has moved, and now it's my turn. I stare blankly at the poster on the back of the toilet door that extols the virtues of safe sex. Holy crap. Did I just call Christian Grey? Shit. My phone rings and it makes me jump. I yelp in surprise. Hi. I bleat timidly into my phone. I hadn't reckoned on this. I'm coming to get you, he says and hangs up. Only Christian Grey could sound so calm and so threatening at the same time. Holy crap. I pull my jeans up. My heart is thumping. Coming to get me. Oh no. I'm going to be sick. No, I'm fine. Hang on. He was just messing with my head. I didn't tell him where I was. He can't find me here. Besides, it will take him hours to get here from Seattle, and we'll be long gone by then. I wash my hands and check my face in the mirror. I look flushed and slightly unfocused. Tequila. I wait at the bar for what feels like an eternity for the pitcher of beer, and eventually return to the table. You've been gone so long, Kate scolds me. Where were you? I was in line for the restroom. Jose and Levi are having some heated debate about our local baseball team. Jose pauses in his tirade to pour us all beers, and I take a long sip. Kate, I think I better step outside and get some fresh air. Hannah, you're such a lightweight. I'll be 5 minutes. I make my way through the crowd again. I'm beginning to feel nauseated. My head's spinning uncomfortably, and I'm a little unsteady on my feet. More unsteady than usual. Drinking in the cool evening air in the parking lot makes me realize how drunk I am. My vision's been affected, and I'm really seeing double of everything, like the old reruns of Tom and Jerry cartoons. I think I'm going to be sick. Why did I let myself get this messed up? Anna? Jose has joined me. You okay? I think I've just had a bit too much to drink. I smile weakly at him. Me too, he murmurs, his dark eyes regarding me intently. Do you need a hand? He asks and steps closer, putting his arm around me. Jose, I'm okay. I've got this. I try to push him away rather feebly. Anna, please, he whispers. And now he's holding me in his arms, pulling me close. Jose, what are you doing? You know I like you, Anna. Please. He has one hand at the small of my back, holding me against him, the other at my chin, tipping my head back. Holy fuck. He's going to kiss me. No, Jose, stop. No. I push him, but he's a wall of hard muscle and I cannot shift him. His hand has slipped into my hair and he's holding my head in place. I hate that. 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 Okay, y'all know from the other two books how much I hate anything touching my hair or grabbing my hair or controlling my head. Don't ever do this. It's not romantic. It's creepy, and it completely erases consent. Like, do not do the grabbing a girl by the hair thing ever. There's just never a good or appropriate way to do that. Please, Anna. Carita, something in Spanish, I have no idea. He whispers against my lips. His breath is soft and smells too sweet. A margarita and beer. He gently trails kisses along my jaw to the side of my mouth. Oh my god, that's exactly what Maxim did. She really did copy paste everything from these into those. She totally did. It's such a copy paste job. I feel panicky, drunk, and out of control. The feeling is suffocating. Jose, no, I plead. I don't want this. You're my friend, and I think I'm going to throw up. I think the lady said no. A voice in the dark says quietly, Holy shit, Christian Grey. He's here. How? Jose releases me. Grey, he says tersely. I glance anxiously up at Christian. He's glowering at Jose, and he's furious. Crap. My stomach heaves and I double over, my body no longer able to tolerate the alcohol, and I vomit spectacularly on the ground. Or she's responding to the fact that somebody who has been a good friend up till now just sexually assaulted her. That can also make you suddenly puke, with or without being drunk. Ugh, Dios mío, Anna. Jose jumps back in disgust. Craig grabs my hair and pulls it out of the fire incline and gently leads me over to a raised flower bed on the edge of the parking lot. I note with deep gratitude that it's in relative darkness. If you're gonna throw up again, do it here. I'll hold you. He has one arm around my shoulders, the other holding my hair in a makeshift ponytail down my back so it's off my face. I try awkwardly to push him away, but I vomit again. And again. Oh shit. How long is this going to last? Even when my stomach's empty and nothing's coming up, horrible dry heaves rack my body. I vow silently that I'll never drink again. This is just too appalling for words. Finally, it stops. My hands are resting on the brick wall of the flower bed, barely holding me up. Vomiting profusely is exhausting. Cray takes his hands off me and passes me a handkerchief. Only he would have one monogrammed. Freshly laundered linen handkerchief. CTG. I didn't know you could still buy these. Vaguely, I wonder what the T stands for as I wipe my mouth. I cannot bring myself to look at him. I'm swamped with shame, disgusted with myself. I want to be swallowed up by the azaleas in the flower bed and be anywhere but here. Jose is still hovering by the entrance to the bar, watching us. I groan and put my head in my hands. This has to be the single worst moment of my life. My head is still swimming as I try to remember a worse one. And I can only come up with Christian's rejection. Oh, God. And this is so many shades darker in terms of humiliation. Okay, I need to be drinking something harder than this. But for tonight, this will have to do. And this is so bad already. Also, can we just let's look at some logistics here. Let's pretend that this book takes place in the real fucking world. Because in the real world, he is in Seattle. And she is in Portland, which we've been told is 165 miles. That's roughly like 2.5, 3-hour drive. Now, we know, because it's so prominent, again, we've seen the movies, these are old, we know, he has a helicopter. However, there are limits on those kind of things. You can't just fly wherever the hell you want, and we didn't hear it landing in the parking lot. Also, you have to do things like file a flight plan. And I'm pretty sure that unless it's like an emergency vehicle, you can't fly a helicopter at night. Certainly not in the middle of two big cities. And even still, he definitely did something illegal to trace. We find out, he tells her later, he traced her phone. He illegally, got military contractors that he knows to trace her phone to find out where she was. So that's super illegal. And then got there in the span of what? Maybe 10 minutes? He is not actually Edward Cullen. He can't run at super speed and do that, but it's still here. I need a lot more of this. I risk a peek at him. He's staring down at me, his face composed, giving nothing away. Turning, I glance at Jose, who looks pretty shamefaced himself, and like me, intimidated by Gray. I glare at him. I have a few choice words for my so-called friend, none of which I can repeat in front of Christian Grey, CEO. Who gives a flying... Anna, who are you kidding? He's just seen you hurl all over the ground and into the local flora. There's no disguising your lack of ladylike behavior. Does this woman do anything other than chastise herself? I'll see you back inside, Jose mutters. But we both ignore him, and he slinks off back into the building. I'm on my own with Gray. Double crap. What should I say to him? Apologize for the phone call? I'm sorry, I mutter, staring at the handkerchief, which I'm furiously worrying with my fingers. It's so soft. That's not a thought you have right now. What are you sorry for, Anastasia? Damn it, he wants his damned pound of flesh. Literally. The phone call, mainly. Being sick. Oh, the list is endless. I murmur, feeling my skin coloring up. Please, please, can I die now? See, again, more manipulation is he's making her apologize when she has no reason to, in my opinion. And he's saying things he would say in a Dom context of, what are you sorry for? That's straight out of basic bondage play, easily. So he's already doing it without her consent. She just doesn't know it. We've all been here. Perhaps not quite as dramatically as you, he says dryly. This is not dramatic. I'm sorry, but a college girl getting drunk enough to puke in the parking lot, that's not dramatic. That's Tuesday. It's about knowing your limits, Anastasia. I mean, I'm all for pushing limits, but this is really beyond the pale. Do you make a habit of this kind of behavior? Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Christian Grey. Who in the hell are you to judge? And stop it with the Dom language. You're annoying me. She don't belong to you, so knock it the hell off. But, her not belonging to him ain't gonna stop him. My head buzzes with excess alcohol and irritation. What the hell has it got to do with him? I didn't invite him here. See? Exactly. See? No, tell him to F off. He sounds like a middle-aged man scolding me like an errant child. Part of me wants to say that if I want to get drunk every night like this, then that's my decision and it has nothing to do with him, and that's exactly what you should say, and then you walk away and get in a cab. But I'm not brave enough. Not now that I've thrown up in front of him. Why is he still standing there? No, I say contritely. I've never been drunk before, and right now I have no desire to ever be again. I just don't understand why he's here. Or how, because magic. I begin to feel faint. He notices my dizziness and grabs me before I fall and hoists me into his arms, holding me close to his chest like a child. If she told me she was imagining this, I'd so believe it, because who the hell passes out like this? Come on. Come on, I'll take you home. I didn't plan that. He murmurs. I need to tell Kate. I'm in his arms again, like a fairy tale, literally, except awful. Like, if you told me this was like original Grimm's Brothers evil fairy tale, then it would make a lot more sense. My brother can tell her. What? My brother Elliot is talking to Miss Kavanaugh. How does he know that? He's never gone inside the bar. He found her in the parking lot. How does he know what his brother is doing? And as we know, the brother and the roommate become a thing because just everybody in these is just horny all the time. Oh, I don't understand. He was with me when you phoned. In Seattle? I'm confused. No, I'm staying at the Heathman. Still? Why? How did you find me? I tracked your cell phone, Anastasia. Just go ahead and confess to very illegal stalking. There you go. Just I completely violated any number of laws as well as your privacy and tracked your cell phone. Oh, of course he did. How is that possible? Is it legal? No. Stalker, my subconscious whispers at me through the cloud of tequila that's still floating in my brain. But somehow, because it's him, I don't mind. That is the worst line ever. And that is the crux of this whole thing. That is the biggest hand wave line. That is the biggest goddamn hand wave line of E.L. James attempting to make this guy not as creepy and stalkery and evil as he is written by saying that because she is mentally being manipulated and abused into being under his control and in a way that she is interpreting as being in love instead of just being manipulated all to hell and back because she's too stupid to exist, by her saying, I know it's illegal. I know that he is acting like an insane stalker and I should be very afraid and I should be getting a restraining order and changing my phone numbers and moving very quickly because it's him. And he is this magical, like, beautiful, successful, rich AF creature that is so far above me but has somehow taken notice of poor, pathetic, stupid me. I don't mind it. Again, bad book, bad book. I think the riding crop's going to become a staple. It makes me feel better to spank the book when it's bad. We're still in the first chapter tonight. We're still in the first chapter, and I feel the need to be a lot drunker than she supposedly is. World's Weapon Stop a line. Do you have a jacket or a purse? Yes, I came with both. Christian, please, I need to tell Kate. She'll worry. His mouth presses into a hard line and he sighs heavily. If you must. Yeah, God forbid she actually tell a friend I'm leaving and not let her friend think she drunk wandered off and freak out thinking she's missing. Also, girl code. Come together, leave together. No guys. Girl code. I have dragged drunken friends out of a bar that didn't want to stay and wanted to go home with somebody that they literally just met. And I was like, no, you're getting in the cab. And we stood there arguing for 20 minutes. I was like, no, you're not going home with somebody that you just met because you are drunk, so are they, and you just met them at a, let's just say, slightly shady bar that we were at. And we agreed before we went, come together, leave together. So get your ass in the cab. I'm dropping you at home. And if you argue with me anymore, I will shove you in the trunk. He sets me down and taking my hand leads me back into the bar. I feel weak, still drunk, embarrassed, exhausted, mortified, and on some strange level, absolutely off the charts thrilled. What was in the beer? He's clutching my hand. Such a confusing array of emotions. I'll need at least a week to process them all. It's noisy, crowded, and the music has started, so there's a large crowd on the dance floor. Kate's not at our table, and Jose has disappeared. Levi looks lost and forlorn on his own. What? The name Levi always makes me think of a golden retriever. I don't know why, and I never had a golden retriever, but the name Levi just makes me think of a golden retriever all the time. Where's Kate? I shout at Levi above the noise, my head beginning to pound in time to the thumping bass line of the music. Dancing, Levi shouts, and I can tell he's mad. He's eyeing Christian conspicuously. I struggle into my black jacket and place my small shoulder bag over my head so it sits at my hip. I'm ready to go once I've seen Kate. I touch Christian's arm and lean up and shout in his ear. She's on the dance floor. Brushing his hair with my nose, smelling his clean, fresh smell. All those forbidden, unfamiliar feelings that I've tried to deny surface and run amok through my drained body. I flush, and somewhere deep, deep down, my muscles clench deliciously. Okay, again, we have another female character who is suddenly and inexplicably horny around Christian Grey to the point where she's about to orgasm in the middle of a bar just by smelling him. I really got to make some pop-ups to put up because I need one right now that just says, "This is not how girls work." Unless you have something like Clovis-Bucy syndrome, this is not how girls work, or literally anything in the history of ever. He rolls his eyes at me and takes my hand again and leads me to the bar. He's served immediately. No waiting for Mr. Control Freak Grey. Does everything come so easily to him? I can't hear what he orders. He hands me a very large glass of iced water. Drink, he shouts his order at me. So he's already handing her stuff, expecting her to just down it and giving orders in the middle of a bar. See the part where he's already treating her like he owns her, even though they've had no discussion whatsoever. They've met twice, and he's a creepy stalker who just admitted that he illegally hacked her phone. The moving lights are twisting and turning in time to the music, casting strange colored lights and shadows all over the bar and the clientele. He's alternately green, blue, white, and a demonic red. He's watching me intently. I take a tentative sip. All of it, he shouts, and this is where you throw it in his goddamn face! And say, don't shout at me. Who the hell do you think you are, guy I barely know? Don't shout at me and don't give me orders. And then again, you leave and get in a cab. He's so overbearing. He runs his hands through his unruly hair. That's gonna get to me every time. He looks so frustrated, angry. What is his problem? Apart from a silly drunk girl calling him in the middle of the night. So he thinks she needs rescuing. And it turns out she does from her over-amorous friend. Then seeing her be violently ill at his feet. Oh, Anna, are you ever going to live this down? This is not as bad as it's being made out. I've done so much worse. So much worse, and quite recently. My subconscious is figuratively tutting and glaring at me over her half-moon specs. I sway a little, and he puts his hand on my shoulder to steady me. I do as I'm told and drink the entire glass. See, there we go. There we go. Now he knows if I yell at her, she'll do as she's told. It makes me feel queasy. Yeah, chugging a lot of cold water can definitely make you barf. Taking the glass from me, he places it on the bar. I notice through a blur what he's wearing. A loose white linen shirt, snug jeans, black Converse sneakers, and a dark pinstripe jacket. His shirt is unbuttoned at the top, and I see a sprinkling of hair in the gap. In my groggy frame of mind, he looks yummy. Not to me. He takes my hand once more. Holy cow. He's leading me onto the dance floor. Shit. I do not dance. He can sense my reluctance, and under the colored lights I see his amused, sardonic smile. He gives my hand a sharp tug, and I'm in his arms again. And he starts to move, taking me with him. Boy, he can dance. And I can't believe that I'm following him step for step. Because she's probably not. He's probably just dragging her around the dance floor because she's really drunk. Maybe it's because I'm drunk that I can keep up. He's holding me tight against him, his body against mine. If he wasn't clutching me so tightly, I'm sure I would swoon at his feet. In the back of my mind, my mother's often recited warning comes to me. Never trust a man who can dance. He moves us through the crowded throng of dancers to the other side of the dance floor, and we're beside Kate and Elliot, Christian's brother. The music is pounding away, loud and leery, outside and inside of my head. Oh no, Kate is making her moves. She's dancing her ass off, and she only ever does that if she likes someone. Really likes someone. In other words, my roommate is a slut. It means there'll be 3 of us for breakfast in the morning, Kate. Christian leans over and shouts in Elliot's ear. I cannot hear what he says. Elliot is tall with wide shoulders, curly blonde hair, and light, wicked, gleaming eyes. I can't tell their color under the pulsing heat of the flashing lights. Elliot grins and pulls Kate into his arms, where she's more than happy to be. Kate. Even in my inebriated state, I'm shocked. She's only just met him. She nods at whatever Elliot says and grins at me and waves. Christian propels us off the dance floor in double time. But I never got to talk to her. Is she okay? I can see where things are heading for her and him. I need to do the safe sex lecture. In the back of my mind, I hope she read one of the posters on the inside of the bathroom door. In other words, she's really a slut and doesn't use protection. My thoughts crash through my brain, fighting the drunk, fuzzy feeling. It's so warm in here. So loud. So colorful. Too bright. My head begins to swim. Oh no. And I can feel the floor coming up to meet my face. Or so it feels. The last thing I hear before I pass out in Christian Graves' arms are his harsh epithet. Fuck. End of chapter! We got 2 more to go. I'm definitely going to be hitting the book a lot more, but I need some more wine. More importantly, I need to drink a lot more wine to get through this because, dear God. All right, let's see if we can get some conversation going in the chat because I like it when there's chat and people to talk to. It's a lot more fun. But how's everybody's evening going? Can we fit the rest of the bottle in the glass? Yes, we can. Just enough. Here's to me for putting up with this crap. Yes, I know you're not supposed to scratch hives, but it's hard. All right. Chapter 5. It's very quiet. The light is muted, and I'm comfortable and warm in this bed. I open my eyes, and for a moment I'm tranquil and serene, enjoying the strange, unfamiliar surroundings. I have no idea where I am. I would not be tranquil and serene if I was waking up in a bed that obviously wasn't mine and I had no clue on earth where I was. I would immediately be A, checking if I had clothes on, B, if I did have my clothes on, finding my shoes and putting them on, and then immediately looking for a weapon. And if I did not have clothes or shoes and did not see my clothes or shoes available, I would turn the sheet into a cocktail dress and tuck it very tightly and then look for a weapon. And then look for a phone or an exit. Either will do. The headboard behind me is in the shape of a massive sun. It's oddly familiar. The room is large and airy, and plushly furnished in browns and golds and beiges. I've seen it before. Where? My befuddled brain struggles through its recent visual memories. Holy crap. I'm in the Heathman Hotel. In a suite. I have stood in a room similar to this with Kate. This looks bigger. Oh shit. I'm in Christian Gray's suite. How did I get here? My other thought would be, does anybody know that I am here? Also, again, if this is a hotel, then there's a phone next to the bed unless somebody moved it. So grab the phone, call the front desk, tell them, please get a cab waiting. I will be right down. I would also tell them to charge. No, actually, you know what? This is a nice place. I'm going to ask them to, I'm going to tell them to get a, like when it, because the good hotels like this usually have cars that people can take. I would tell them to please have a car on standby and charge it to his room, honest to God. But this is what we call a massive red flag warning situation. Get the hell out now. And as we've established, let's just remind the viewing audience, he knows where she lives. Those books were hand delivered. He knows where she lives. She had her purse, which contained her keys, with her. He easily could have taken her home and just left her in her own bed. But no, he took her to his hotel room without telling anyone and without her consent. And when he didn't have to, because he knew where she lived. Just trying to help somebody who would like to be watching, but their phone is being dorky. Fractured memories of the previous night come back slowly to haunt me. The drinking. Oh no, the drinking. Don't mind if I do. A lot. The phone call. Oh no, the phone call. The vomiting. Oh no, the vomiting. Again, you have to try to write this badly. You have to try to write this badly. I am writing a fan fiction, for Christ's sake. This is, again, this started as a fanfic, but it is not now. This is a published book that was on bestseller lists. I am writing a, like, really, really trashy fanfic, and I am still writing better than this. And I have done a lot of research. Oh, God. Jose, and then Christian. Oh no. I cringe inwardly. I don't remember coming here. I'm wearing my t-shirt, bra, and panties. No socks, no jeans. Holy shit. Yeah, I'd definitely be, like, wondering if I need a rape kit at this point, because, dear God. I glance at the bedside table. On it, there's a glass of orange juice and 2 tablets. Advil. Control freak. That's what he is. He thinks of everything. Okay, I'm gonna point out, him leaving her, like, knowing that she is drunk, and that it is her first time being drunk, and she was drunk enough that she hurled several times and then passed out, thinking that she's gonna need something to drink and some Advil in the morning is not being control freak. That's just being someone that knows what a hangover is, but also don't give her orange juice. It's too acidic and she's gonna puke it back up. Don't go for milk either. Just go for water. That's what you want when you're hungover. Water. Also, when drinking at a bar, please space your drinks with an actual glass of water, because you will thank yourself in the morning when you are not hungover, even though you still got very buzzed. It also draws the buzz out for a lot cheaper. You don't actually have to slam as much alcohol as people think to get yourself completely wasted. I sit up and take the tablets. Again, I would not be doing this. Not in a million years would I see pills. I don't care if they look like every Advil. Okay, see, I know my Advil because I actually cannot take aspirin. Aspirin does bad things to me, so I have to have Advil. I know exactly what these look like. And I still, even if I recognize them as being the thing that I have taken for half my life, I still would not take them under those circumstances because I don't trust this guy as far as I can throw my socks at him. So, again, get the fuck up, find your pants if you can. If not, wrap the sheet around you, get the fuck out of there. Now. Because this is not romantic, this is kidnapping. Actually, I don't feel that bad. Probably much better than I deserve. Part of the reason she don't feel so bad is she puked the alcohol up before she went to sleep, so it didn't have all night to continue, like, basically making her drunker while she was asleep and dehydrated and everything else. So, yeah, puking before you pass out is actually a good thing to do when you're trashed. The orange juice tastes divine. It really wouldn't. It would make her hurl. It's thirst quenching and refreshing. Not unless it's water. There's a knock on the door. My heart leaps into my mouth and I can't seem to find my voice. He opens the door anyway and strolls in. Holy hell, he's been working out. He's in gray sweatpants that hang in that way off his hips and gray sleeveless t-shirt, which is dark with sweat, like his hair. Christian Grey sweats. The notion does odd things to me. Behold a God who bleeds. I take a deep breath and close my eyes. I feel like a 2-year-old. Well, at least she outright said it. So there's even the character infantilizes herself because she feels like a 2-year-old. And yep, that's not gonna change. Like, she really does. The character of Anastasia is, and to an extent Christian Grey, but mostly her, is very much like a Peter Pan fantasy. Like, it is the never having to grow up. Because think about it. She graduates college and immediately is hooked up with this billionaire guy that literally wants to give her everything and wants her to not work and just let her be a spoiled, pampered, sex slave. So she never has to grow up or work or make decisions or, anything. She can stay a child in many ways, if she takes what he's offering. He's the ultimate you never have to grow up thing. And in a lot of ways, he never grew up. We find this out later. He's horribly immature. To the point where I wonder how he can, supposedly run a multi-billion-dollar, tech company or whatever the fuck he actually does when he is this immature all the time. But he makes more sense to me than she does because he learned how to compartmentalize, basically. He has work Christian Grey, where he is very controlled and controlling still, but he has to act like a grown-up for those 8 hours of the day. But outside of that, he does turn into a spoiled brat. He turns into a whiny, temper tantrum having, incredibly abusive, violent, psycho stalker who in a lot of ways is like an, out of control 11-year-old with an unlimited bank account. If I close my eyes, then I'm not really here. Oh my god. See, again, like a kid sticking their head under the covers going, you can't see me! You can't see me! I'm hiding! You can't see me! Look, I'm hiding! You don't know where I'm hiding because you can't see me! Good morning, Anastasia. How are you feeling? Better than I deserve, I mumble. I peek up at him, and he places a large shopping bag on the chair and grasps each end of the towel that he's put around his neck. He's staring at me, gray eyes dark, and as usual, I have no idea what he's thinking. He hides his thoughts and feelings so well. No, he doesn't. How did I get here? My voice is small, contrite. Okay, I'd be pissed. I'd be saying, what am I doing here? What the hell did you think you were doing by bringing me here? Where are my clothes? I'm leaving now. And again, why did you bring me here instead of taking me home? And how dare you, don't ever call me again, you creepy psycho. He sits down on the edge of the bed. He's close enough for me to touch, for me to smell. Oh my. Sweat and body wash and Christian. It's a heady cocktail. So much better than a margarita. And now I can speak from experience. After you passed out, I didn't want to risk the leather upholstery in my car taking you all the way to your apartment, so I brought you here. He says, phlegmatically? Here's a word that's punching me in the dyslexia. If you know what this word is and what it means, feel free to make me feel stupid in the comments by telling me. phlegmatically. I swear it feels like she started typing one word and then backspaced it, but not all the way, and then typed another word. Did you put me to bed? Yes. His face is impassive. Did I throw up again? My voice is quieter. No. Did you undress me? I whisper. Yes. He quirks an eyebrow at me and I blush furiously. I'd be punching him in the face! If he did the, hey, I only took your jeans off to make you more comfortable, I swear that was it. I'd still be pissed off enough at that, but he wants to give me the, hey, I've seen your body look while saying yes. Boom! Get out while I get some fucking clothes on. Also, where are my clothes? Give me my clothes now. Or I swear to God, I will pick up this lamp and I will smack you with it. I'm going to take a breath. Also, my voice running out on me. Hey, Mark, glad you're back. We missed you. Okay, I'm going to do this just to make myself feel better. This is going to be my coping mechanism for these books, okay? I'm going to use various things over the various weeks. Bad book. Don't teach people to act like this. He's a creepy stalker who undressed her while she was drunk and passed out, and she's sitting there feeling bad for herself, feeling like a kid, like it's her goddamn fault, and he's allowed to do this, instead of calling him a kidnapper creeper who undressed her in her sleep when he knew where she lived and should have taken her home, and he's acting like a complete psycho, and she's feeling bad for being drunk when she should be punching him in the face and running the hell out of there. I think I'm gonna break my crop. Actually, no, this one's pretty good. It's the see, it's got the woven, so it's pretty flexy. It's pretty flexy, you know. And this is not gonna break. So, oh, I have to go on mute. Sorry, I have to go on mute. Emergency. My package is here, but now can't figure out how to buzz me, and I'm gonna scream. What the hell's wrong with people? How hard is it to press a buzzer code when you have the code written down? So I'm gonna get him to answer my door because I want my freaking thing. I had to wait a month for this. It's late. It's my birthday thing. And if Chad is very nice to me, I will show up what it is because I ain't ashamed of nothing. You're multitasking and flying to Scotland. Well, that's not that far for you. What's that, like 10 minutes? It's like, aren't you already in Wales? That's like right next to, which is first? It's like England, and then like Wales is here, and then like Scotland's like right here. So you're like you share a border, I think. What the hell did I do to my arm? God damn it. This is why you don't scratch hives. This is why. Because you end up doing this. okay, and bad at some things. Wales doesn't share a border with Scotland. I admit, geography is not my strong suit. Though it is the only thing that got me through history class, because through middle school, at least, history and geography were the same class. So the fact that I sucked at history could be, let's just say my abysmal history grade could be augmented by the fact that I was at least passable in geography, and the two of them evened each other into a pass, is all I'm saying. Every other class, I could guarantee an A. History, I'm happy with a pass. And when I got to high school and we had just history class, Doggy is telling me someone is at my door. So I'm going to go get that because I can and I want to. So I'll be right back. 2 seconds. Okay, I'm going to try very hard not to scream because the package that's got left at my door is too small to contain what it is supposed to contain, and now I'm going to die. But I'm taking somebody with me. And there's multiple layers of packaging. Because of course there is. We can't send anything with just one layer of packaging. Oh, this definitely got... Oh, yeah. Okay, this got opened at customs. That's why there's multiple. This is not what I ordered. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? What is wrong with the world? First, no joke, this is what I've been going through for a month, trying to get one thing for my birthday. I wanted one thing. First, I ordered it from a place, and then when it didn't ship in like a week, I emailed them, and they said, oh, it's out of stock until June, but we'll ship it then. And then a week later, I got an email from them saying, oh, it's not out of stock. We actually shipped it already. Then I got another email from them 3 days later saying, no, we didn't ship it. Also, we've never shipped to Canada before, so we don't know what we're doing. So when we only charged you $9 for shipping, that was wrong. We actually need you to pay $45. Do you want to pay that or cancel the order? And since that was more than twice the cost of the entire order, I told them to cancel it. So I then spent days on eBay looking through hundreds of listings to find exactly what I wanted, because I'm very, 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 very particular about certain things. And I wanted what I wanted. And I wanted exactly what I wanted. And I found exactly what I wanted. In fact, I found the 3-piece set of exactly what I wanted for a reasonable price. Still more than I intended to spend, but not that much. And now it's here and it's wrong. Not only is this not the make and model of what I ordered a 3-piece set and there's only one here. Ah! I'm gonna murder somebody. I'm just... blackmail people and make them suffer in the morning. That actually really hurt my throat. And seriously, I'm going to rip this place a new one because the listing is very clear that this is a 3-piece set. And not only do they only send me one, but the dimensions are wrong. They know what the dimensions of all 3 is, and this is the one I got is supposedly the large size, and it does not match the dimensions, or I wouldn't have ordered it. Also, it's the wrong kind. There's multiple makes and models of the thing that I ordered, and I was very specific about which one I wanted. That's why it took me a couple of days to find a good deal on specifically that model, and it just, and it's wrong, and I'm really trying not to cry. And I'm really upset right now. So I've been looking forward to this for over a month, and it's been screwed up like 3 times for the first idiot company, and now I thought I found a good deal and got what I wanted, and I've been waiting all day, literally since 8 this morning. I've been waiting and waiting for this to get here. It is almost 10 o'clock at night where I am. It finally got here, and it's wrong. It's all wrong. There's only one, and it doesn't meet the specs, and it's the wrong kind, and now I'm going to have to send it back and deal with their stupid asses and then try all over again. They just wanted one thing nice for my birthday, and it's 3 weeks late, and I don't have my thing, and I'm upset. She would have been if this was the right thing. That was a big part of my evening plans, but nothing going on now. Wow, I actually damaged the book beating it. This makes me proud. We didn't, I whisper, my mouth drying in mortified horror as I can't complete the question. I've already lost my place because I looked at the comments. Okay, you need to share. Because I need more booze. I am not drunk enough to deal with this, and now my birthday gift is ruined. Again. And I was looking forward to using it tonight and having a lot of fun, and now I can't. And now I'm going to have to deal with idiots sending it back or telling them, hey, morons, you sent me the wrong thing, so either send me the right thing for free now, or, well, not like for free. I already paid for it, by the way. Like, I paid for this, and I didn't get what I paid for. So either you can refund me and I will send this back to them and they will send me a return shipping label because I'm sure as hell not paying shipping to Germany. Or you can send me the right thing at no additional cost. But either way, I'm going to have to deal with stupid. And I hate dealing with stupid. And I'm not good at it because I'm mean and bitchy and evil. But I didn't get what I wanted and I've been waiting all day. Now it's after I fucked up the laundry. I'm having a bad day, okay? I screwed up my laundry. I put in 6 loads of laundry and then realized I forgot to add fucking detergent. So I then had to wait for it to finish and then put them all on again. So I wasted $24, which is like my entire laundry budget for the month. Washing my clothes twice. It wound up taking like 6 hours instead of like 3.5. The machines suck. One of them was smoking when I took my clothes out. And now my clothes smell weird. And it was just not a good day. I didn't get half the housework done that I should have gotten done. And I was waiting for this all day, and it's wrong, and I'm pissed. Though not nearly enough. Mark, would you like to see a picture of what I got that is not exactly what I wanted, but you'll understand from context? Because I will privately send you one. I'm not showing off the wrong thing on a live stream. No, I totally believe you're not drunk flying in a video game because nobody ever does that. You know, I read somewhere that, like, statistically, usually, like, 1/3 of people playing Call of Duty or Halo are drunk. I think that number's low. Anastasia, you were comatose. Necrophilia is not my thing. I like my women sentient and responsive. Receptive, he says dryly. Responsive is the more accurate one. He doesn't care about receptive, as we'll soon see. I'm so sorry. She needs to stop saying that. Because she has nothing to be sorry for. She should be furious right now. I don't know if it was Call of Duty exactly, but it was one of them, one of the early ones, really early ones, like first like Call of Duty or Halo or one of the two. And I remember finding my 10-year-old baby cousin, he might have been a little younger than 10, playing it, and he was custom assembling a fully auto rifle / machine gun. And I stood there watching, and this kid, little kid, because those are, like, for anyone who doesn't know, Call of Duty was originally built for the military. It was built as a training sim. And then they marketed it as a video game / recruiting tool. It's one of their biggest successes ever. So the guns and all that shit are real. They're all designed after the real thing. So when I'm watching my 10-year-old baby cousin who has violence issues, and I know it, and he grew up to be much more violent, beat the fuck out of me one day. And I'm watching him assemble a high-powered, fully auto machine gun that would be 9 kinds of illegal where I live. The puppy is coming to me now because he hears me upset, and he's partially emotional support dog because he was trained by an emotional support dog. So he's trying to comfort me right now because he knows I'm upset. See the puppy? See the puppy? He's trying to do his job. He's like, you need me. You sound too upset. You need to pet me and not be upset because that's what I'm for, because I'm a puppy. And love me. And you're supposed to love me. That's what Christian taught me to do. Yes, my dog was Christian. No, it was not after the book. I had the dog first. I hope you're not upset hearing me say Christian because he's been gone almost 2 years. And I don't know how much you remember. But he mourned for months. I couldn't get him to eat. Couldn't get him to do anything because he was used to being second dog and always giving orders and just doing what he's told. So with nobody to tell him what to do, he didn't do anything, including eat. He's like, no, other dog will get mad that I ate first. I'm not supposed to eat first. Because that's the rules of being a doggy. I hope I'm not upsetting you. I don't want you to upset my little boy. You're all I got left. I need another dog so bad. I need another dog for a year, but I can't afford another dog. And by that I mean the buying of one, because free kitties you can get all day, but puppies you're gonna drop like $400, which does not exist in my world right now. But I need another little fur baby. fluffy, cuddly one. Not that you're not spectacular. You are. You're amazing. But I know you would love having a little friend too. You'd love having another little nutball just as hyper as you that you can run around and play with. And the two of you can gang up on the kitty. I mean, he'll whoop both your asses, but still, you can try. Yes, that's my good baby. That's my good baby. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. You're such a good baby. I love you so much. I love you so much. Yes, I do. Yes, I love you so much. Good boy. Yes, you good boy. Yes. Okay, you did your job. Squishy cuddle. Feel like a good boy. I'd give him a treat, but he's had too many the last few days. We got like 30 pages of this left tonight because these chapters are uneven and I haven't broken them up properly yet. No, I did take some time to make an actual thumbnail. I know it's not good, but it's better than what the AI did. His mouth lifts slightly in a wry smile. It was a very diverting evening, not one that I'll forget in a while. Me either. Oh, he's laughing at me. The bastard. I didn't ask him to come and get me. Yeah, again with the he kidnapped you, maybe get out of there. Somehow I've been made to feel like the villain of the piece. You didn't have to track me down with whatever James Bond gadgetry you're developing for the highest bidder, I snapped. Oh, this just dates this so hard when it's like you'd have to like have James Bond gear to track someone's phone instead of like one of about 1,000 apps that could do it easily. He stares at me, surprised, and if I'm not mistaken, a little wounded. No, he's not. He's not capable. He's Paul sympathy. First, the technology to track cell phones is available over the internet. See, even he knows, even back then, that yes, it's incredibly easy to do. Second, my company does not invest or manufacture any kind of surveillance devices. And third, if I hadn't come to get you, you'd probably be waking up in the photographer's bed. And from what I can remember, you weren't overly enthused about him pressing his suit. Pressing his suit. Okay, I'm gagging at that because I'm sorry, but that's a disgusting turn of phrase. I don't want to know where it comes from historically because I'm sure it is a reference to something that is gross and disgusting. Like the what was it? Not gerrymander, that's a political thing, but the Jerry something Zeus reference that was in the Mister that was turned out to be like super creepy and evil. I think this is one of those references. I glance up at Christian. He's glaring at me, his eyes blazing, aggrieved. I try to bite my lip. Yeah, do you know what it means? Is it Oh, E.L. James is British. Is it a British phrase? Yeah, he said you weren't overly enthused about him pressing his suit. And yes, that's the correct spelling. So is it a British phrase? What does it mean? It's got to be it's a reference to something. I know it is. Is it like the Jerry Mad or Jerry Made or whatever, the Zeus reference? Well, I know that. I know what pressing clothes is, but he's referring to like Jose's attempted rape. So what is it? Really? Why do I not believe you? I think you're drunk and you're having a laugh at me. Is he calling her something? Because I know calling a flat-chested girl an ironing board is a thing. But that wouldn't fit. I bite my lip, but I fail to repress my giggle. Which medieval chronicle did you escape from? You sound like a courtly knight. It's gotta be a reference to something. I'm gonna have to Google that now, and I hate myself for it. I mean, what? His mood visibly shifts. His eyes soften and his expression warms. There's a trace of a smile on his lips. Anastasia, I don't think so. Dark Knight, maybe. This is after that movie, so not clever. His smile is sardonic. I gotta look up exactly what that means, because again, this feels like she right-clicked and hit the thesaurus on, like, evil. And he shakes his head. Did you eat last night? His tone is accusatory. I shake my head. What major transgression have I committed now? His jaw clenches, but his face remains impassive. You need to eat. That's why you were so ill. Honestly, it's drinking rule number 1. She told you she's never been drunk before. She doesn't know the rules. Shut up. He runs his hand through his hair. And I know it's because he's exasperated. Are you going to continue to scold me? Is that what I'm doing? I think so. You're lucky I'm just scolding you. So now he's making threats. Because again, he's already decided that he owns her. So he's already treating her like she is his submissive / slave, even though she is not aware that that is what he is doing. That is what he is doing. And yes, I would fucking know. I would also never treat anybody that I was courting for that kind of relationship like this until they actually consented to become my submissive, and only then when we were actually playing, not in everyday life. What do you mean? Well, if you were mine, you wouldn't be able to sit down for a week after the stunt you pulled yesterday. You didn't eat. You got drunk. You put yourself at risk. So now he's slut-shaming. Yeah, she put herself at risk. That's why Jose tried to rape her in the parking lot, because she put herself at risk. Fuck you. This book, fuck you, E.L. James, fuck you, anyone who thinks this is romantic or something to be aspired to, fuck all of you. This book should be a cautionary tale and exhibit number 1, and that's it. Oh yeah, I know. I'm sure she got it from something. It's a dumbass reference to something, I'm sure. Okay, that was bothering me. I had to. And he's got makeup on my dress. It's a white dress. And I just did laundry. This is not my night. He closes his eyes, dread etched briefly on his face as he shudders. No, that's him almost orgasming, thinking about spanking you without consent, honey. That's not dread. When he opens his eyes, he glares at me. I hate to think what could have happened to you that didn't look like hate. I scowl back at him. What is his problem? What's it to him? If I was his? Well, I'm not. Though part of me would like to be. Ugh! This is not romantic! The thought pierces through the irritation, and I feel his high-handed words. The dog just went into his crate hiding because he thinks I'm mad and he doesn't want to get in my way. I'm scaring the dog! The thought pierces through the irritation. I feel it as high-handed words. I blush at the waywardness of my subconscious. She's doing her happy dance in a bright red hula skirt at the thought of being his. So she's already like halfway to giving up her own identity. Not that she really has one. I would have been fine. I was with Kate, who was too busy giving lap dances in the bar to know where the fuck you were or care. And the photographer? He snaps at me. Young Jose. I'll need to face him at some point, or get a restraining order. Jose just got out of line, I shrug. Well, the next time he gets out of line, maybe someone should teach him some manners. You're quite the disciplinarian, I hiss. Stop doing that. I know the whole thing is that he's like secretly a dom, but if you're going to make it a secret, you don't use language like that until she knows that, because she doesn't know what that means. I don't care if she's read the classics, unless she's read the story of O, she doesn't know what that means, and I guarantee you this girl was never allowed to read the story of O. Somebody bought me a copy of that and I haven't read it yet, but I know what it's about, and so I know what I speak. And I am like slowly reading it. I had to finish other things first. Oh, Anastasia, you have no idea. His eyes narrow and then he grins wickedly. It's disarming. 1 minute I'm confused and angry. The next I'm gazing at his gorgeous smile. Wow. I am entranced. And it's because his smile is so rare. I quite forget what he's talking about. I'm going to have a shower, unless you'd like to shower first. He cocks his head to one side, still grinning. My heartbeat is picked up, and my medulla oblongata has neglected to fire any synapses to make me breathe. His grin widens and he reaches and runs his thumb down my cheek and across my lower lip. Breathe, Anastasia, he whispers and then stands back up. Breakfast will be here in 15 minutes. You must be famished. He heads into the bathroom and closes the door. See, this is where we could have the pretty woman I took the liberty of ordering everything on the menu scene, which would almost be charming. If, again, she shouldn't be running the fuck out of there while he's in the shower, which is exactly what she needs to be doing. Now. I let out the breath that I've been holding. Why is he so damned attractive? Right now I want to go and join him in the shower. I've never felt this way about anyone. My hormones are racing. My skin tingles where his thumb traced over my face and lower lip. I'm squirming with a needy, achy discomfort. I don't understand this reaction. Desire. This is desire. This is what it feels like. Oh, dear Lord. I lie back on the soft, feather-filled pillows. If you were mine, oh my, what would I do to be his? He's the only man who's ever set the blood racing through my body. Yet he's so antagonizing. He's difficult, complicated, and confusing. He's not complicated. He is not complicated at all. He is a walking, horny asshole. That is it. He is horny and asshole, and that is it. He is not complicated. He is incredibly base and incredibly simple. 1 minute he rebuffs me. The next he sends me $14,000 books. Then he tracks me like a stalker. And for all that, I've spent the night in his hotel suite. And I feel safe because she's dumb. Because she's incredibly dumb and she's lived her life in stupid old-timey romance books and probably trashy novels that, exactly like this, that say this is romantic, and so she thinks that it is, even though a part of her clearly knows that this is wrong and that what he's doing is wrong and that he's acting like a creepy stalker and it's working. I feel safe, protected. He cares enough to come and rescue me from some mistakenly perceived danger. Okay, also she's an idiot. Because it's not mistakenly perceived danger. She was in actual danger. And while his rescuing was out of line, I'm not saying she couldn't have gotten out of it on her own, but she did need rescuing in that moment by her own hand or somebody else's. And she was in actual danger. So I'm sorry, but she is an idiot who doesn't know what danger is because she doesn't perceive it from Jose. And she doesn't perceive it in this moment when she's in arguably a much more dangerous situation now. How do we still have oh God, we still have there's almost 30 pages left tonight. I'm gonna die. He's not a dark knight at all, but a white knight in shining, dazzling armor. A classic romantic hero. Sir Gawain, or Sir Lancelot. No, he is not. I point out, again, she's stupid because even he is telling her, I'm not the White Knight. I'm dark. I'm evil. You should be afraid of me. He is telling her this. Even though he's doing it in a manipulative way, he is telling her this, and she's just not listening. I will say it again, as I've said before, and I live by this. When people tell you who they are, believe them the first time. I scramble out of his bed, frantically searching for my jeans. He emerges from the bathroom, wet and glistening, because he took like a 5-second shower. She had like 3 thoughts and got out of bed. Still unshaven, with just a towel around his waist. And there I am, all bare legs and awkward gawkiness. He's surprised to see me out of bed. If you're looking for your jeans, I sent them to the laundry. His gaze is dark. They were spattered with your vomit. Oh. I flushed scarlet. Why, oh why, does he always catch me off balance? Maybe because you don't have any? I sent Taylor out for another pair and some shoes. They're in the bag on the chair. Clean clothes. What an unexpected bonus. I'll have a shower. You could not pay me to get naked in this man's room. Not under these circumstances. Other circumstances, you could definitely pay me to do it. But these ones, again, I would have been gone several minutes ago. I would have been gone before he got back. Because I know what the hell I am doing. And I am not a vapid idiot walking vagina. Thanks. What else can I say? I grab the bag and dart into the bathroom, away from the unnerving proximity of naked Christian. Michelangelo's David has nothing on him. Again, why do we need to be beaten over the head with the fact that he's good looking? He's good looking, okay? That's it. You need to say it like maybe twice. Not like twice a page. In the bathroom, it's all hot and steamy. I strip off my clothes and quickly clamber into the shower, anxious to be under the cleansing steam of water. It cascades over me, and I hold up my face into the welcoming torrent. I want Christian Grey. I want him badly. Simple fact. For the first time in my life, I want to go to bed with a man. I want to feel his hands and his mouth on me. He said he likes his women sentient. He's probably not celibate then. But he's not made a pass at me. Unlike Paul or Jose. I don't understand. Does he want me? He wouldn't kiss me last week. Am I repellent to him? And yet I'm here. And he brought me here. I just don't know what his game is. At least, again, she knows there is a game going on, but she's too stupid to realize that it doesn't matter if she can figure out what the game is. The fact that he is playing one is reason enough to get the hell out. Now. What's he thinking? You've slept in his bed all night and he's not touched you, Anna. You do the math. My subconscious has reared her ugly, snide head. I ignore her. The water is warm and soothing. I could stay under this shower, in this bathroom forever. I reach for the body wash and it smells of him. It's a delicious smell. I rub it all over myself. Again, what is E.L. James' obsession with the way things smell? Again, this was the theme of the other books. It was lavender and roses for her and evergreen and sandalwood for him. Which is why I maintain there will be perfumes when the movie comes out. But what is with the way things smell? And I'm surprised she didn't describe it. I'm surprised there's no description of what it smells like. I rub it all over my body, fantasizing that it's him. Him rubbing this heavenly scented soap into my body. Across my breasts, over my stomach, between my thighs with his long fingered hands. Oh my. My heartbeat picks up again. This feels so good. Breakfast is here. He knocks on the door, startling me. Okay, I stutter as I'm yanked cruelly out of my erotic daydream. I climb out of the shower and grab 2 towels. I put my hair in one and wrap it up Carmen Miranda style on my head. Hastily, I dry myself, ignoring the pleasurable feel of the towel rubbing against my oversensitized skin. What the hell was in the body wash? I inspect the bag of jeans. Not only has Taylor brought me jeans and a new Converse, but also a pale blue shirt, socks, and underwear. Oh my, a clean bra and panties. Actually, to describe them in such a mundane, utilitarian way does not do them justice. They're exquisitely fancy design. They're exquisitely designed, fancy European lingerie. Is there a tag that says that? All pale blue lace and finery. Wow. I'm in awe and slightly daunted by this underwear. What's more, they fit perfectly. Because that's where you know you're in bullshit land. When guy buys girl clothes and they fit. Because it happens in so many movies. And I'm sorry, but that's not how anything works. Women's clothes are the hardest thing in the world to shop for, even if you are that woman and you can try shit on, because all brands have their own sizing. There is zero consistency. And especially if it's European, they have a completely different sizing system. And there's no way, I'm sorry, I don't care who the fuck Christian Grey is or how skilled of a dom he is or how observant or what the fuck ever the excuse is going to be. There's no way he can just eyeball this woman and know exactly what her size is in anything. I doubt he could get her shoe size correctly from just looking at her. Like, this is so wrong. But of course they do. I flushed to think of the buzz cut it's capped, I don't know why. In some lingerie. Oh, she's referencing Taylor. In some lingerie store buying this for me. I wonder what else is in his job description. Well, I'm pretty sure he's like an assassin for hire. So yeah. I dressed quickly. The rest of the clothing is a perfect fit. I brusquely towel dry my hair and tried desperately to bring it under control, but as usual, it refuses to cooperate. And my only option is to restrain it with a hair tie, which I don't have. I should have one in my purse, wherever it is. I take a deep breath. Time to face Mr. Confusing. How is he confusing? Because again, there's nothing deep or complicated about him. He shouldn't be confusing in any way, no matter what. Even if you're willing to put up with his bullshit to this point, he's not confusing. That would require intelligence or complexity, neither of which he has. I'm relieved to find the bedroom empty. I hunt quickly for my purse, but it's not in here. Taking another deep breath, I enter the living area of the suite. It's huge. There's an opulent plush seating area, all overstuffed couches and soft cushions, an elaborate coffee table with a stack of large glossy books, a study area with the latest generation iMac, and an enormous plasma screen TV on the wall. Christian is sitting at a dining table on the other side of the room reading a newspaper. It's the size of a tennis court or something. Not that I play tennis. Though I've watched Kate a few times. Crap, Kate, I croak. Christian peers up at me. She knows you're here and still alive. I texted Elliot, he says with a trace of humor. Okay, so that's why the roommate didn't call the cops. Not that she wasn't drunk and busy boning the brother too much to notice or care. Oh no, I remember her fervent dancing of the night before. All her patented moves used with extreme maximum effect to seduce Christian's brother, no less. What's she going to think about me being here? I've never stayed out before. She's still with Elliot. She's only done this twice before, and both times I've had to endure the hideous pink PJs for a week from the fallout. She's going to think I had a one-night stand too. Let her. Christian stares at me impetuously. He's wearing a white linen shirt, collar and cuffs undone. Sit, he commands. I do point out that she's even recognizing his tone of voice as a command, and she's just allowing it. Pointing to a place at the table. I make my way across the room and sit opposite him as I've been directed. The table is laden with food. I didn't know what you like, so I ordered a selection from the breakfast menu. That is straight out of Pretty Woman! I called it! That's out of Pretty Woman. I called it! And that would have made a better scene in the movie than what they wound up doing with him crawling on the bed and biting the toast, and they both look so stupid. This would have been better. Why didn't they do this in the movie? This is way better. I mean, on a scale. I'm not saying it's good. I'm saying it's better than what was in the movie. He gives me a crooked, apologetic smile. No, he doesn't. It's very profligate of you, I murmur, bewildered by the choice. No, I am hungry. Yes, it is. He sounds guilty. See, that would make sense for what we learn later. I opt for pancakes, maple syrup, scrambled eggs, and bacon. I admit that is a good breakfast and I could really go for it right now. Christian tries to hide a smile as he returns to his egg white omelet. The food is delicious. Tea? He asks. Yes, please. He passes me a small teapot of hot water, and on the saucer is a Twinings English breakfast tea bag. Geez, he remembers how I like my tea. It's literally the only thing he actually knows about you from you. Your hair is very damp, he scolds. See, he does something nice and then he immediately scolds her because that is it's a tactic. I couldn't find the hairdryer, I mutter, embarrassed. Not that I looked. In what hotel is it not stuck on the wall next to the sink? Christian's mouth presses into a hard line, but he doesn't say anything. Thank you for the clothes. It's a pleasure, Anastasia. That color suits you. I blush and stare down at my fingers. You know, you really should learn to take a compliment. His tone is castigating. Again with the thesaurus. Stop it. I should give you some money for these clothes. He glares at me as if I've offended him on some level. I hurry on. You've already given me the books, which of course I can't accept. But these clothes, please let me pay you back. I smile tentatively at him. Anastasia, trust me, I can afford it. That's not the point. Why should you buy these for me? She is right in this moment. Can I just say she's right? Because my first thought, too, was that I wouldn't accept the clothes. I would wear the jeans and, then either try to return them without anyone noticing that I wore them or just pay him for them. But I would insist on paying him for the jeans. I would have put my own clothes back on because that lingerie has to cost a fortune, which I'm not going to pay for. But the jeans I would have worn home and then paid him for, whether he liked it or not, while I returned the books and then told him to never contact me again. But she is right this time. The point is not that he can afford it. That's not the point. Because I can. His eyes flash with a wicked gleam. Just because you can doesn't mean that you should, I reply quietly as he arches an eyebrow at me, his eyes twinkling, and suddenly I feel that we're talking about something else. But I don't know what it is. Yep. That's true. Which reminds me, why did you send me the books, Christian? My voice is soft. He puts down his cutlery and regards me intently, his eyes burning with some unfathomable emotion. Holy crap. My mouth dries. Well, when you were nearly run over by the cyclist, and I was holding you, and you were looking up at me all, kiss me, Christian. He pauses and shrugs. I felt I owed you an apology, and a warning. He runs his hand through his hair. That's gonna happen like a billion times, isn't it? And I'm gonna die every time. Anastasia, I'm not a hearts and flowers kind of man. I don't do romance. That's why I sent you first editions that I knew would be especially important to you, with a handwritten note alluding to a passage that means I want to have my wicked way with you, because I'm not at all romantic. And I didn't know that that would hit an English lit student right in the heart and leave her unable to resist my evil, evil charms. My tastes are very singular. No, they're not. You should steer clear of me. He closes his eyes as if in defeat. There's something about you, though, and I'm finding it impossible to stay away, because I have no self-control, because despite allegedly being trained as both a sub and a dom, I never actually learned any self-control at all. He closes his eyes as if in defeat. There's something about you, though, that I'm finding impossible to stay away, but I think you figured that out already. My appetite vanishes. He can't stay away? Then don't, I whisper. He gasps and his eyes widened. You don't know what you're saying. That's true. Enlighten me, then. We sit gazing at each other, neither of us touching our food. You're not celibate, then, I breathe. Amusement lights up in his eyes. No, Anastasia, I'm not celibate. He pauses for this information to sink in. And I flush scarlet. The mouth-to-brain filter is broken again. I can't believe I just said that out loud. Why? There's nothing wrong with what she just said. And he is saying a lot worse and a lot creepier that should be making her leave. What are your plans for the next few days? He asks, his voice low. I'm working today, from midday. What time is it? I panic suddenly. It's just after 10. You've got plenty of time. What about tomorrow? He has his elbows on the table and his chin resting on his long, steepled fingers. Kate and I are going to start packing. We're moving to Seattle next weekend, and I'm working at Clayton's all week. You have a place in Seattle already? Yes. Where? I can't remember the address. It's in the Pike Market District. Not far from me, he smiles. So what are you going to do for work in Seattle? Where is he going with all these questions? Because he's stalking you. The Christian Grey Inquisition is almost as irritating as the Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition. Notice everyone around her is doing this. She needs better friends. I've applied for some internships. I'm waiting to hear. She really would have heard already. Like, she's about to graduate in like a half a day. Internships would have been decided weeks ago. Have you applied to my company as I suggested? I flush. Of course not. No. And what's wrong with my company? How about it was like 3 days ago and applications would have been closed already and you're a creepy stalker asshole? Knock it off. And if you want her to work for you, just tell the person who does the hiring to hire her. Why do you need her to apply? Just make it so. You are the Lord of all creation in the thing that you own, so just do it. Stop pretending you need her to do anything. Your company or your company? I smirk. Are you smirking at me, Miss Steele? He tilts his head to one side and I think he looks amused, but it's hard to tell. I flush and glance down at my unfinished breakfast. I can't look him in the eye when he uses that tone of voice. That's a big red flag. I'd like to bite that lip, he whispers darkly. I gasp, completely unaware that I'm chewing my bottom lip and my mouth pops open. It has to be the sexiest thing anyone has ever said to me. Why? My heartbeat spikes, and I think I'm panting. Geez, I'm a quivering mess, and he hasn't even touched me. I squirm in my seat and meet his dark gaze. Again, she is responding like a child. She's responding like a 13-year-old in the presence of like a 35-year-old that is actively seducing and manipulating her. I know he is some degree older than her, not that much, but I gotta stop looking away when I turn a page. Why don't you? I challenged quietly. Because I'm not going to touch you, Anastasia. Not until I have your written consent to do so. His lips hinted a smile. Again, this is when you run. When somebody says the words, I can't touch you without written consent, run! What? What does that mean? Exactly what I say. He sighs and shakes his head at me, amused but exasperated too. I need to show you, Anastasia. What time do you finish work this evening? About 8? Well, we could go to Seattle this evening, or next Saturday for dinner at my place, and I'll acquaint you with the facts then. The choice is yours. Okay, he hasn't told her what he's talking about. So again, this is a classic manipulation thing of he's promising her a trip to Disneyland ostensibly, but she doesn't know what Disneyland is. She doesn't know that's where they're going. So he's just promising her some vague undefined thing because he's got her like wrapped around his little finger now. He's got her completely wound up and mixed up in her head to where she thinks she's in love with him already, or at least in lust with him, and wants him to like put his hands on her and take me right now. And he keeps saying, no, I can't, no, I won't, while alluding to the fact that that is all he wants to do, albeit in a domineering and controlling way, while sending her overly lavish gifts. He's love bombing in a way without saying it. He's making her beholden to him with the over elaborate gifts and the clothes, and the heaping generosity on her. It makes her feel like she owes him. And now he's saying, I can give you what you want, but there's something you need to know. But let me take you to this, magical kingdom, so you'll understand. And again, she should be seeing all the red flags, but she's not. All she's seeing is hearts and stars and puppies and kittens, because he's completely warped her brain and manipulated her. And she's too naive and stupid to understand. This is also, by the way, this is why cults largely recruit from colleges, because college students are incredibly vulnerable. They're young and stupid. They don't know fuck about the world. They're psychologically vulnerable because they're under too much pressure while fearing the fact that they're about to be thrown out into the real world and try to survive on their own for the first time ever. Like, there's a reason that they're set at this. There's lots going on, so don't mind my click-clacking and taking breaks to do so. This is a live stream. Does anybody expect me to be professional? No. I'm wearing a dress that's technically called lingerie, even though it's a dress. Why can't you tell me now? Because I'm enjoying my breakfast in your company. Once you're enlightened, you probably won't want to see me again. You're about to crash into something? Though I did see twice in the past week. One was a Boeing plane that landed with no front wheel, and another was I believe, a small private plane that landed with no landing gear. Both successfully and with nobody dying, so hats off to them. Also, Boeing needs to stop, because now it's come out that there have been several whistleblowers that they've been shutting up from saying that they are deliberately cutting corners, and they know that their planes are substandard and poorly maintained and poorly put together, and that the design is like really bad and it's not being followed. And there have been several in-house whistleblowers that the company's been ignoring for like the past year at least. And that's why their planes are literally falling apart mid-flight, and it's now happened like 7 times, and it's literally a miracle that none of them have had catastrophic failure and just killed everyone on board. But that will happen. And that's not me wishing evil, it's just a fact. You screw with aircraft, eventually you're going to have catastrophic failure and kill everyone on board. What does that mean? Does he white slave small children in some godforsaken part of the planet? There's a line you couldn't write today. Is he part of some underworld crime syndicate? Probably. It would explain why he's so rich. Is he deeply religious? Because that's on the same level. Is he impotent? Surely not. He could prove that to me right now. I flushed Scarlet thinking about all the possibilities. Really, you're thinking about all the possibilities of him saying, I have to show you something and you probably won't want to see me again after. And those are what you come up with? That he employs child labor, that he's part of a crime syndicate, that he's secretly religious, which, by the way, honey, anyone who's deeply religious doesn't make a secret of it. You would definitely know. Or that he is impotent, which he's already told her that he's not. So cross out 2 of those. This girl is so stupid. Again, if E.L. James had just put in that she was homeschooled until college and was the most sheltered, ignorant, stupid person ever, who thinks that sex is when, the Holy Spirit puts the baby in you after you get married and has no idea that sex exists, then I would be a lot more forgiving of this character. Christian Grey would still be a criminal, but I would be more forgiving of her. But she is not that. She grew up in the real goddamn world. She has no excuse for being this stupid. Ever. One of the best tricks a fellow dominatrix ever told me was get an edible red marker and color your lips before you put your lipstick on, because then as the night goes on and your lipstick comes off, and know that it's not from anything that I'm doing. Because again, I've said, in a proper BDSM relationship, while it is sexual, there is no actual sex, so nothing would be making my lipstick come off other than just time and, it dries out. Even if you paint your lips underneath with edible red marker, then your lips stay bright red all night and it looks much better. And you don't have to worry about reapplying, which can't always, be done in an appropriate manner. Or if you are in an advanced BDSM personal relationship, again, you have a private relationship outside of that has become sexual, and then you can't have sex during the BDSM thing and things happen. Again, keeps the lips, nice and cherry while you're doing things that I don't do. This is getting me nowhere. I'd like to solve the riddle that is Christian Grey sooner rather than later. If it means whatever secret he has is so gross that I don't want to know him anymore, then quite frankly, it'll be a relief. Don't lie to yourself, my subconscious yells at me. It'll have to be pretty damn bad to have you running for the hills. Tonight. He raises an eyebrow. Like Eve, you're so quick to eat from the tree of knowledge, he smirks. Kill me now. Are you smirking at me, Mr. Grey? I asked sweetly. Pompous ass. See, again, she knows he's such a jerk, but she is just so inexplicably infatuated with him that she just can't help herself, even though on some level she supposedly knows that he is, wrong and evil and bad and controlling and whatever. And he's not, honest to God, I haven't seen him be really controlling yet. A jerk, yes. He's absolutely been a jerk and an asshole and an absolute snob and evil, and I don't want to be around him. And again, I would have run out of here because he's a kidnapper at this point. You know what? I need to start, this is what I need to do. I need to start keeping a tally of the crimes of Christian Grey. Because we've already got stalking. We've got hacking her phone to trace it. Whatever illegal surveillance that is. And now we have kidnapping. I'm going to start keeping a tally. Yes, this is what we need to do. Are there blank pages at the beginning of this? Every book has blank. Yes, it does. Ha! It has blank pages. There has to be a pen. Where is there a pen? I've never written in a book in my life because I was raised better than that, but fuck it, I'm going to burn this anyway. Okay. The crimes of Christian Grey. Oh, I hate that I'm not doing nice penmanship. I'm just putting Grey. I'm going to fix this. We got stalking, phone trace, and kidnap. Okay. There. For the first time in my life, I have written in a book. I hate that I did that so badly. That is what my dyslexic as a fuck penmanship looks like when I can't take. This would take me to do it nicely. This would take me about 6 minutes. This is my dyslexic as fuck penmanship. Okay. But yes, we are going to keep a tally of the crimes of Christian Grey, and then Mark, I'm drafting you. I want you to help me with this, please. At the end of it, I want me and you to do at least a voice, if not a video clip, of us sentencing Christian Grey for his various crimes. I have this horrible tableau playing in my head. I will tell you more later, but please help me with this, my friend. Please. It will be good, I promise you. And anyone else who wants in on that project, let me know. I will give you lines to say or something. We will do our own little radio drama. Yes, it is. And she means every word. Are you in? Will you help me, please? It'll be fun, I promise. And like I said, anyone else who wants in, please. He narrows his eyes at me and picks up his BlackBerry, which is a reference to the fact that she wrote this whole thing on a Crackberry. He presses one number. Taylor, I'm going to need Charlie Tango. Charlie Tango? Who's he? From Portland. Say 2030. No, stand by at Escala. All night. All night? Yes, on call tomorrow morning. I'll pilot from Portland to Seattle. Pilot. Standby pilot for 22:30. He puts the phone down. No please or thank you. Because God forbid he should say please or thank you to the person he just told to, like, file my flight plan so I don't get, in trouble with the FAA. You people always do what you tell them. That is literally a line out of, oh my God, that's literally, she stole, again, this whole scene. I didn't think it was the whole scene, but this whole scene is the scene from Pretty Woman, because she even says that. Julia Roberts says it when they're in the piano bar and Richard Gere's about to bang her on the piano, and he says, "Gentlemen, can I have the room?" And she says, "Do people always do what you tell them?" And again, the breakfast thing that I even said should be the scene out of Pretty Woman, and then it was. So this is just the entire scene out of Pretty Woman. And he surprises her with a private plane too. When he takes her to the opera and she doesn't know it's like wherever the fuck it is. And it's on a private plane. Oh my God. Pretty Woman was so the inspiration for like this entire scene at least. Probably a great deal of this. I'm getting more wine. I'll be right back. Talk amongst yourselves. I'll give you a topic. Fruits that look like a vagina when cut in two. And that's better. Usually, if they want to keep their jobs, he says deadpan, so he has no problem firing someone for screwing up. Now, granted, neither do I. If I ever have my own business, I imagine I'd be rather similar, but hopefully nicer. But yeah, I don't employ fools or suffer them lightly. And if they don't work for you, oh, I can be very persuasive, Anna. You should finish your breakfast. Then I'll drop you off at home. I'll pick you up at Clayton's at 8 when you finish. We'll fly up to Seattle. I blink at him rapidly. Fly? Yes, I have a helicopter. I gape at him. I have my second date with Christian oh-so-mysterious Grey. From coffee to helicopter rides. Wow. We'll go by helicopter to Seattle? Yes. Why? He grins wickedly. Because I can. Finish your breakfast. See, now that's actually a sexy answer. How can I eat now? I'm going to Seattle by helicopter with Christian Grey, and he wants to bite my lip. I squirm at the thought. Notice how he didn't actually ask her? Now, granted, she said she wanted to see tonight, but when you're going to be taking someone to another city, and then presumably she's expected to stay the night, because he hasn't said, I'll fly you back afterwards, or I'll put you in a car or something. So by taking her out of the city that she lives in to his place in another city, he's pretty much guaranteeing that she is forced to spend the night with him. Eat, he says more sharply. Anastasia, I have an issue with wasted food. Eat. Well, that would be your issue, and you're the guy who ordered half the menu. So I've had enough, and I'll be going now. Thank you. But she has no free will at all. I can't eat all this. I gape at what's left on the table. Eat what's on your plate. If you'd eaten properly yesterday, you wouldn't be here. And I wouldn't be declaring my hand so soon. So in other words, he's just admitted that he has a plan in all of this, but she's forced him to rush by getting drunk. His mouth sets a grim line. He looks angry. I frown and return to my now cold food. I'm too excited to eat, Christian, don't you understand? My subconscious explains. But I'm too much of a coward to voice these thoughts aloud, especially when he looks so sullen. Like a small boy. I find the thought amusing. Okay, don't try to humanize him. Because A, it takes away from the fantasy, don't do it. 2, it's not working. And 3, she has just admitted that she doesn't want to eat anymore. But because he is so controlling and domineering and she's slightly afraid of him, she was going to force herself to eat cold eggs. And there's nothing worse than cold eggs. What's so funny, he asks. I shake my head, not daring to tell him, and I keep my eyes on my food, swallowing my last piece of pancake. I peek up at him. He's glaring at me speculatively. Good girl, he says. I'll take you home when you've dried your hair. Good girl. Good girl. Blah. Even if I'm in a couple and it's being said in like a cutesy way, I'm still giving you the death glare for calling me good girl. I'm not your fucking dog. I don't want you getting ill. Also, it's an old wives' tale that if you go outside with wet hair, you'll catch a cold. It's total bullshit. There's some kind of unspoken promise in his words. What does he mean? I leave the table wondering for a moment if I should ask permission, but dismissing the idea. Sounds like a dangerous precedent to set. I head back to his room, and the thought stops me. See, she's already picking up what he's putting down, that he wants to control her every move. Literally. That becomes a lot more literal later on. Where did you sleep last night? I turn to gaze at him, still sitting in the dining room chair. I can't see any blankets or sheets out here. Perhaps he had them tidied away? In my bed, he says simply, his gaze impassive again. Oh. Yes, it was quite a novelty for me too, he smiles. Not having sex? There, I said the word. I blush, of course. Okay, I'm sorry. You're graduating college and you can't say the word sex without blushing. Also, what is going on? Kitty, stop poking him. Thomas! Kitty is out of the closet, but the puppy is sleeping under his blanket, and Kitty is going, poke. Poke. I poke at you. I'm an evil kitty. And I poke at you through your crate, where by the time you get out of it, I'm in the closet again. You tell him. Yeah, you tell him, Bo. You tell him when he's being an evil kitty. You tell him. He'll only growl at him when he's under something. As soon as his head comes out, he's like, oh, it's you. Mommy. He's not a brave dog, but I like to let him think that he is. You did good. You're a good boy. His tail's going like a mile a minute right now. Yeah, you growl at the kitty. You tell him. Yeah, you tell him. You're a good boy. You tell him. Been working on this for months. He's not getting any braver. No. He shakes his head and frowns as if recalling something uncomfortable. Sleeping with someone. He picks up his newspaper and continues to read. What in heaven's name does that mean? He's never slept with anyone? He's a virgin? Somehow I doubt that. I stand staring at him in disbelief. He's the most mystifying person I ever met. And it dawns on me that I have slept with Christian Grey. And I kicked myself. What would I have given to be conscious to watch him sleep? Oh my God, she's creepy. See him vulnerable? Somehow I find that hard to imagine. Well, allegedly, all will be revealed tonight. Now the puppy wants to be praised because I told him he's a good boy, so now he's down here going, pet me, pet me, pet me, I'm a puppy. Pet me, I'm a puppy, pet me, love me. Pet me, you told me I was a big brave doggy, now show me that I get pets and belly and food and love and pet my ears and I'm a puppy, pet my nose. I'm so cute and little and I'm the most adorable puppy in the history of puppies. And I'm so good and love me, love me, love me. Oh, love me, love me, love me, love me, love me. Yes, love me, love me. I'm so cute, just love me, I'm so cute. I'm so cute, I'm not getting picked up. When I finish the chapter, I'll pick you up, okay? Right now you lay down, okay? Good boy. Oh, yes, belly, 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 belly. And he falls right off the pillow because he has to roll over to show me his belly and just falls right off the pillow and doesn't care because belly. In his bedroom, I hunt through the chest of drawers and find the hairdryer. Using my fingers, I dry my hair the best I can. When I'm finished, I head into the bathroom. I want to brush my teeth. I eye Christian's toothbrush. It would be like having him in my mouth. It would also be highly disgusting. Glancing guiltily over my shoulder at the door, I feel the bristles on the toothbrush. They're damp. He must have used it already. Grabbing it quickly, I squirt toothpaste on it and brush my teeth in double time. Okay, ew. I feel so naughty. It's such a thrill. Grabbing my t-shirt, bra, and panties from yesterday, I put them in the shopping bag that Taylor brought and head back to the living area to hunt for my bag and jacket. Deep joy, there is a hair tie in my bag. Christian's watching me as I tie my hair back. His expression unreadable. Okay, author has no idea. If you have long hair or if you have wolf hair like mine, tying it back without a hairbrush is next to impossible. You're going to look very bad. I feel his eyes follow me as I sit down and wait for him to finish. He's on his BlackBerry talking to someone. They want two? How much will that cost? Okay, and what safety measures do we have to put in place? And they'll go via Suez. How safe is Ben Sudan? And when do they arrive in Darfur? Okay, let's do it. Keep me abreast of progress. He hangs up. Ready to go? I nod. I wonder what his conversation was about. He slips on a navy pinstripe jacket and picks up his car keys and heads for the door. Interesting that in the movie they did not follow this fashion. Because he never wears blue in the movies. He's always in white shirts and gray suits. Always. He never wears blue or pinstripes or any pattern at all, if I recall. Which I'm not saying that isn't the better choice. It is. The movie did it right, because this would have looked weird. But I'm just curious, like, why, when E.L. James was supposedly really pissed that the first movie didn't, quote, follow her vision, and that's why she got put in charge of the second one, even though that is the least faithful adaptation of all of them, why, in terms of such an overly described wardrobe, they wouldn't have imitated it. But I also remember that when Jamie Dornan was cast, there was the whole hashtag Not My Christian Grey campaign. Not that that amounted to anything, because everyone who posted that still saw the movie. You know you did. And no, I did not see any of these in theaters because I refused to pay for it, and I didn't care. But I watched them for free when they aired on TV. After you, Miss Steele, he murmurs, opening the door for me. He looks casually elegant. I pause, fractionally too long, drinking in the sight of him. And to think I slept with him last night. And after all the tequila and throwing up, he's still here. What's more, he wants to take me to Seattle. Why me? I don't understand it, because he knows a blank slate and a lump of moldable clay when he sees one, and he's creating the perfect sex slave. He's probably had the idea for a while, and now he's found the woman that he can absolutely, utterly destroy any small sense of free will she has, and in her case, it's very, very small, or any sense of independent identity, or, maturity, self-confidence, sense of self. She has none of the above, so he can fully proceed to Svengali her into his perfect sex slave, which is exactly what he does. I head out the door, recalling his words. There's something about you. Actually, it's the lack of something about her. Well, the feeling is entirely mutual, Mr. Gray, and I aim to find out what his secret is. We walk in silence down the corridor towards the elevator. As we wait, I peek up at him through my lashes, and he looks out of the corner of his eye down at me. I smile, and his lips twitch. The elevator arrives, and we step in. We're alone. Suddenly, for some inexplicable reason, possibly our proximity in such an enclosed space, the atmosphere between us changes, charged with an electric, exhilarating anticipation. My breathing alters and my heart races. His head turns fractionally towards me. His eyes dark as slate. I bite my lip. Oh, fuck the paperwork, he growls. He lunges at me, pushing me against the wall of the elevator. Before I know it, he's got both of my hands in one of his, in a vice-like grip above my head. He's pinning me to the wall using his hips. Holy shit. His other hand grabs my hair and yanks down. Okay, I'm gonna vomit. I'm desperately trying not to vomit because this is sexual assault. I'm sorry, the movie and E.L. James and whoever thinks this is romantic because they played a song over it. This isn't romantic. This is sexual assault 101. Because, let's play this out. What he has done, as they are leaving, and he is saying, I have a big secret to tell you, but I'm not going to touch you until you sign whatever. He is saying, fuck it. He then proceeds to, in her own words, grab both of her hands and hold them above her head in a, quote, vice-like grip, meaning that hurts. He then pins his hips against hers, so she can certainly feel his and is about to stick his tongue down her throat. With absolutely no consent, and he does not know that she is okay with this, because this is not a in his arms in the rain, kiss me gently while Sixpence None the Richer plays. This is violent. And again, has its time and place. If you are in a relationship and you have pre-established consent, then this kind of thing is fine. He doesn't begin to have that. And she has no experience. So, of course, she's going to think this is romantic because hormones, and that's all it is. And this is her first experience of anything. So the fact that he is bringing it with violence and with likely a level of pain, he's already training her to accept that as part of any normal making out or kissing. That he is adding restraint and being pinned against the wall and him doing whatever he wants, where and whenever he wants. I also note he waited till they were in the elevator. So they have a built-in time limit because they're about to go down to the lobby where there's other people and he's going to have to stop. So again, he is like love bombing is not the word. Maybe sex bombing is the word, because he knows he's only got about 60 seconds. So he's overwhelming her. He's constantly overwhelming her. Again, Maxim to whatever Witless did the same thing. That's exactly what he did. But Christian Grey knows exactly what he is doing here. He is playing this girl like a fiddle and overwhelming her, but he's giving her just enough to keep her coming back and draw her in deeper and deeper and deeper until she thinks he is the answer to life, the universe, and the meaning of everything. And he's already about halfway there because she had no sense of she clearly has no sense of self-preservation. And again, no free will or independent thought is being seen. Oh, and again with and he's grabbing her hair and yanking it down to tilt her head up, so showing that he is bigger than her. But again, E.L. James has this weird fascination with men like tilting a woman's head, like grabbing her by the hair or tilting her chin. I hate it, I hate it, I hate it. There's few things that I hate more than when guys do that. Mark, I'm curious, if you tried to do this to your lady in an elevator, how many pieces would you be in by the time you hit the lobby? Grabs my hair and yanks down, bringing my face up, and his lips are on mine. It's only just painful. So admitting this hurts. I moan into his mouth, giving his tongue an opening. He takes full advantage, his tongue expertly exploring my mouth, and this is where I would throw up on him, quite literally. I've never been kissed like this. My tongue tentatively strokes his and joins his in a slow, erotic dance that's all about touch and sensation, all bump and grind. He brings his hand up to grasp my chin and holds me in place. So that suggests that she tried to break the kiss or tried to get away in some fashion, so now he's holding her there. I'm helpless. My hands pinned, my face held, his hips restraining me. So let's just spell it out. Yeah, she's completely helpless, and yeah. His erection is against my belly. Oh my, he wants me. Christian Grey, Greek god, wants me, and I want him here, now, in the elevator. You are so sweet, he murmurs, each word a staccato, and I'm wishing that she had one and stabbed him to death with it. This is straight up sexual assault. I'm sorry, but there is no other way to phrase this. This is sexual assault. This is like a roadmap on how to do it and have the girl think that it's romantic. It's not. Because there's not only is there no consent here. He's blatantly being violent. She's admitted that she's helpless. He has her trapped against the wall with holding her hands painfully above her head. His hips are crushing into her. He's using one hand to hold her face so she can't break the kiss while he shoves his tongue down her throat. And as we learn, he is much, 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 much more experienced than her, and he is already acting as the owner / dom of her, even though she doesn't know it. It's very clear that's what he's been doing since he sent the books. Maybe not at Coffee. At Coffee, he was a little more restrained, but since the books, which he no doubt sees her accepting of them, even though she said she's going to give them back, he sees that as basically buying her. I have no doubt that she now owes him, which is exactly why he did it. He's not stupid. He's a horny, base creature, but he's not stupid. He knows what he's doing because it is too much of a pattern. It is too deliberate and timed deliberately to not be intentional. And as we learn later, he's done this dozens of times before with other women. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's just taking it to a next level with her. The elevator stops, the doors open, and he pushes away from me in the blink of an eye, leaving me hanging. 3 men in business suits look at both of us and smirk as they climb on board. My heart rate is through the roof. I feel like I've run an uphill race. I want to lean over and grasp my knees, but that's too obvious. I glare up at him. He looks so cool and calm, like he's been doing the Seattle Times crossword. How unfair. Because he wasn't into it at all. He was just doing it to dominate and overwhelm her. And leave her, because he was afraid that she wouldn't go with him tonight, so he wanted to make sure she would, and now she will. He's giving her a taste of what's to come. He's now given her a little taste of, this is what I can give you, this is how I can make you feel, as long as you're okay with my deep dark secret later on. That is what that was. He is making sure that she will stay when he shows her, because he's giving her a taste of what he can offer. Like a drug dealer that gives you the first hit for free because they know you'll be coming back forever after that. That's exactly what that is. Is he totally unaffected by my presence? He glances at me out of the corner of his eye and he gently blows out a deep breath. Oh, he's affected all right. And my very small inner goddess sways in a gentle, victorious samba. The businessmen exit on the second floor. We have one more floor to travel. You brushed your teeth, he says, staring at me. I used your toothbrush. His lips quirk up in half a smile. Oh, Anastasia Steele, what am I going to do with you? Bury her in the basement under his fuck pad in Seattle would be my guess. Again, I watched the 50 Shades movie with somebody who had never seen them, and I actually told them at one point that the movies, the 3 of them, I forget where we were, I think we were somewhere in the second, and just as a joke, I said, they end with him burying her under the floorboards with all his other submissives. And the person I was watching with was like, really? Because it is so completely believable that would be how it ends. The doors open on the first floor and he takes my hand and pulls me out. What is it about elevators? He murmurs, more to himself than to me as he strides across the lobby. I struggle to keep up with him because my wits have been thoroughly and royally scattered all over the floor and walls of elevator 3 in the Heathman Hotel. End of chapter. We got one more to go tonight, and I'm being a masochist, and I'm not a masochist. I'm a sadist. But I am being a masochist tonight by doing 3 chapters when they're exceedingly long, and I'm tired. I had a crappy day, and my birthday gift showed up wrong, and I'm still very bitched about that because I had plans for that tonight. God damn it! But we will now take a brief interlude for me to stretch and crack my neck and get some more wine. I don't care that I'm showing armpit hair to the world. Real women have body hair. Deal with it. Hey, I have an email from the place saying, we delivered your thing! Yeah, you delivered the wrong thing, you fucking place I'm gonna kill in the morning. I really hope they're not idiots. I knew I should order from a place with more feedback, but they had a good thing at a good price, and it was what I wanted, and Take a chance. But I have to deal with them in the morning and I don't want to. Seriously. Also, not the size. Like, this says that, bad packaging falling out of the bad packaging, and I don't want them to think that I used it because then I can send it back. But yeah, wow. Customs really, wow. Okay, I can tell this was sealed when it was sent. Customs ripped this apart. And I saw where it cleared customs into Canada on the shipping, but damn. Like, they cut apart the original packaging into shreds, and they clearly opened the item and expected it. Like, why? Like, it's in clear packaging. Why would you have to take this apart and look at it? But yeah, that's supposedly the large size, and it does not meet the specs, because I read those specs very, very carefully, and that is what the medium is supposed to be. So, not good. Very pissed off. Why is this so hard? Like, I'm at this point, even though it costs a little extra, I'm for real considering having my friend in England play post office for me again, because the model that I want is much easier to get over there, but it was going to cost like an extra, $20-$30, because I would have to buy it. Well, I would have to pay him and then get him to buy it there and get it shipped to him. So I have to pay shipping to him. And then I would have to pay like exorbitant shipping from England to Canada, even though it's like overnight all the time because it's all airmail. It's still really expensive to ship things from there. I don't know why, but it is. And so I would have to pay like almost double shipping again. But at this point, I'm thinking that may be worth it, because maybe that's the only way I'm going to get what I want. Like, if it was denied by customs or something, then I could understand. I wouldn't be bitched, but it wasn't. It just fucked up. All right, last chapter of the evening, chapter 6, and this is a long one, so I'm going to try to get some serious speed reading in because I don't want to be here all night. Chapter 6. Christian opens the passenger side door to the black Audi SUV, and I clamber in. This would be an episode of SVU. It's a beast of a car. He hasn't mentioned the outburst of passion that exploded in the elevator. Honey, that wasn't passion, that was horny. And manipulation. And sex bombing, as I'm going to call it, because he doesn't do love, so I'm going to call it sex bombing. Should I? Should we talk about it, or pretend it didn't happen? It hardly seems real. My first proper no-holds-barred kiss. As time ticks on, I assign it a mythical, Arthurian legend, lost city of Atlantis status. See, she's overly romantic with no experience, and he's manipulating the hell out of her. It never happened. It never existed. Perhaps I imagined it all. No, I touched my lips, swollen from his kiss. It definitely happened, and I'm a changed woman. I want this man desperately, and he wanted me. Okay, already she's at this point. She is so desperate. So very, very, very pathetically desperate. No, like, any goodwill I have for her is quickly fading because she is just too pathetic and stupid to live. I glance at him. Christian is his usual polite, slightly distant self. How confusing. He starts the engine and reverses out of the space in the parking lot. He switches on the sound system. The car interior is filled with the sweetest, most magical music of two women singing. Oh, wow. All my senses are in disarray. So this is doubly affecting. It sends a delicious shiver up my spine. Christian pulls out onto the southwest Park Avenue, and he drives with easy, lazy confidence. What are we listening to? It's the Flower Duet by Delibes from the opera Lack-me. Do not criticize my pronunciation. Do you like it? Christian, it's wonderful. It is, isn't it? He grins, glancing at me, and for a fleeting moment, he seems his age. Young, carefree, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. Is this the key to him? Music? I sit and listen to the angelic voices teasing and seducing me. Yeah, like he didn't plan this. Like there isn't pheromones in the car. Can I hear that again? Of course. Christian pushes a button and the music is caressing me once more. It's a gentle, slow, sweet, sure assault on my oral senses. I'm gonna absolutely die writing this. You like classical music? I ask, hoping for a rare insight into his personal preferences. They've known each other for 2 days. When the hell has she asked him anything personal that he hasn't answered? My taste is eclectic, Anastasia. Everything from Thomas Tallis to the Kings of Leon. It depends on my mood. You? Okay, I will say this. Me and Christian Grey share music taste because it depends on what mood I'm in. I like a little bit of everything. But also, I don't follow artists, except for Lady Gaga. And even hers, I've only listened to select songs. I like songs from artists. I don't listen to whole albums. Me too. Though I don't know who Thomas Tallis is. Really? No way. I call bullshit. I call fucking bullshit. She's an English lit major and she doesn't know who Thomas Tallis is. I am not an English lit major and I know who he is. Bull fucking shit. She would absolutely know who he is. He turns and gazes at me briefly before his eyes are back on the road. So he's a really, really careless driver. I'll play it for you sometime. He's a 16th century British composer. Tutor. Church choral music. Doi! Which again, she would know this! Christian grins at me. Sounds very esoteric. I know, but it's also magical. He presses a button and the Kings of Leon start singing. This I know. Sex on Fire. How appropriate. The music is interrupted by the sound of a cell phone ringing over the sound speaker system. Christian hits a button on the steering wheel. Grey, he snaps. He's so brusque. Mr. Grey, it's Welch here. I have the information you require. A rasping, disembodied voice comes over the speakers. Good. Email it to me. Anything to add? No, sir. He presses the button, then the call ceases and the music is back. No goodbye or thanks. I'm so glad I've never seriously entertained the thought of working for him. I shudder at the very idea. He's just too controlling and cold with his employees. The music cuts off again for the phone. Grey. The NDA has been emailed to you, Mr. Grey. A woman's voice. Good. That's all, Andrea. Good day, sir. Christian hangs up by pressing a button on the steering wheel. The music is on very briefly when the phone rings again. Holy hell. Is this his life? Constantly nagging phone calls. Also, if you're Christian Grey and you know that you are, seducing a lady tonight, which is what he's doing, you tell your staff, don't bother me! You tell them I'm taking the night off. But again, he's a control freak, so he probably, has some standing, I'm never out of touch, don't ever not bother me kind of thing. I'm sure. But, still. Or, because the NDA is for her, and the information is definitely the dossier he's had compiled on her. But did he want her to know that? Or is he trying to, show off how powerful he is with this bullshit? Because he absolutely could have said, I'm just not taking calls tonight, or not answered, or send them to voicemail, or whatever. Also, don't talk on your cell phone while you're driving, even if your car is talking at you. It's still distracting. Don't do it. Grey, he snaps. Hi, Christian. Did you get laid? Hello, Elliot. I'm on speakerphone and I'm not alone in the car. Christian sighs. Who's with you? Christian rolls his eyes. Anastasia Steele. Hi, Anna. Hannah. Hello, Elliot. Heard a lot about you, Elliot murmurs huskily. Christian frowns. Don't believe a word Kate says. Elliot laughs. I'm dropping off Anastasia now. Christian emphasizes my full name. Shall I pick you up? Sure. See you shortly. Christian hangs up and the music is back. Why do you insist on calling me Anastasia? Because it's your name. I prefer Anna. Do you now? We're almost at my apartment. It's not taken long. Anastasia, he muses. I scowl at him, but he ignores my expression. What happened in the elevator? It won't happen again. Well, not unless it's premeditated. So we already have him refusing to call her by the name she prefers, which is such a big red flag. An absolutely massive one. To where she's like, I'd prefer you call me this. And he just blatantly ignores it. But this also speaks to the fact that he's already trying to change her identity. He's already trying to change her into what he wants and not who she wants to be or is. He's completely ignoring that already. And saying, no, you will be this when you are with me. He pulls up outside my duplex. I belatedly realize he's not asked me where I live, yet he knows. But then he sent the books. Of course he knows where I live. What able cell phone tracking helicopter owning stalker wouldn't? And again, this is E.L. James thinking she's being funny by making it a joke about him being a stalker. It's not funny. He's an ultra powerful, ultra rich stalker who has set his sights on this girl, and literally she is powerless to resist him. That's not romantic. That's the plot of a murder movie. Again, in the real world, she ends up dead in the basement. Why won't he kiss me again? I pout at the thought. I don't understand. Honestly, his surname should be Cryptic, not Gray. He climbs out of the car, walking with easy, long-legged grace around to my side of the door. Ever the gentleman, except perhaps in rare, precious moments in the elevator. I flush at the memory of his mouth on mine, and the thought that I'd been unable to touch him enters my mind. I wanted to run my fingers through his decadent, untidy hair, but I'd been unable to move my hands, and I'm retrospectively frustrated. I liked what happened in the elevator. I murmur as I climb out of the car. I'm not sure if I hear an audible gasp, but I choose to ignore it and head up the steps to the front door. Kate and Elliot are sitting in our dining table. The $14,000 books have disappeared. Thank heavens. I have plans for them. She has the most un-Kate-like, ridiculous grin on her face. And she looks mussed up in a sexy kind of way. Christian follows me into the living room. And in spite of her, I've been having a good time all night grin. Again, that's like 8 words all strung together with hyphens, which is the epitome of bad writing! Kate eyes him suspiciously. Hi, Anna. She leaps up to hug me, then holds me at arm's length so she can examine me. She frowns and turns to Christian. Good morning, Christian, she says, her tone a little hostile. Miss Kavanaugh, he says in his stiff, formal way. Christian, her name is Kate, Elliot grumbles. Kate? Christian gives her a polite nod and glares at Elliot, who grins and rises to hug me too. Hi, Anna. He smiles, his blue eyes twinkling, and I like him immediately. He's obviously nothing like Christian. But then, they're adopted brothers. When did he tell her this? Did I miss that? Was it in the first part? When did he tell her he's adopted? Or is that just like the one piece of common knowledge that she was able to Google? Because I don't think he told her. Hi, Elliot. I smile at him, and I'm aware that I'm biting my lip. Elliot, we'd better go, Christian says mildly. Sure. He turns to Kate and pulls her into his arms and gives her a long, lingering kiss. Geez, get a room. I stare at my feet, embarrassed. I glance up at Christian, and he's watching me intently. I narrow my eyes at him. Why can't you kiss me like that? Elliot continues to kiss Kate, sweeping her off her feet and dipping her in a dramatic hold so that her hair touches the ground as he kisses her hard. Nobody does that in real life. Nobody does that while the brother is staring at them with the roommate. Nobody does this. Nobody. Mm-hmm. Laters, baby, he grins. Kate just melts. I've never seen her melt before. The words comely and compliant come to mind. Compliant Kate. Boy, Elliot must be good. Or his big brother has been giving him some tips. Or roofies. Christian rolls his eyes and stares down at me, his expression unreadable, although maybe he's mildly amused. He tucks a stray strand of hair that's worked its way free from my ponytail behind my ear. My breath hitches at the contact, and I lean my head into his fingers. His eyes soften, and he runs his thumb across my lower lip. My blood sears in my veins, and all too quickly his touch is gone. Laters, baby, he murmurs, and I have to laugh because it's so unlike him. But even though I know he's being irreverent, the endearment tugs at something deep inside me. I'll pick you up at 8. He turns to leave, opening the front door and stepping onto the porch. Elliot follows him to the car, but turns and blows Kate another kiss, and I feel an unwelcome pang of jealousy. So, did you? Kate asks as we watch them climb into the car and drive off, the burning curiosity evident in her voice. No, I snap irritably, hoping that will halt the questions. We head back into the apartment. You obviously did, though. I can't contain my envy. Kate always manages to ensnare men. She's irresistible. Beautiful, sexy, funny, forward, all the things that I'm not. But her answering grin is infectious. And I'm seeing him again this evening. She clasps her hands and jumps up and down like a small child. She cannot contain her excitement and happiness. And I can't help but feel happy for her. Happy, Kate. This is going to be interesting. Christian is taking me to Seattle this evening. Seattle? Yes. Maybe you will then? Oh, I hope so. You like him then? Yes. Like him enough to... Yes. She raises her eyebrows. Wow, Anna Steele finally falling for a man. And it's Christian Grey. Hot, sexy billionaire. Oh yeah, it's all about the money. I smirk and we both fall into a fit of giggles. That is an entirely appropriate response, by the way. Because as we find out, she grew up like financially insecure because her mother's a huge flake. And she's even said like her mom has one harebrained scheme after another and was constantly with the wrong man or blowing all her money on some new like get rich quick scheme or whatever. So yeah, having a guy who is financially secure, I mean, not necessarily to the level of Christian Grey, but just, you know, financially secure and she knows will be stable for her would be the most appealing quality that a man could likely have. Looks would come second. Is that a new blouse? She asks, and I let her have all the unexciting details about my night. Has he kissed you yet? She asks as she makes coffee. I blush. Once? Once? She scoffs. I nod, rather shamefaced. He's very reserved. No, actually, he's not. He's just manipulating the hell out of you deliberately, and it's working. She frowns. That's odd. I don't think odd really covers it. We need to make sure you're simply irresistible for this evening, she says with determination. Oh no, this sounds like it will be time-consuming, humiliating, and painful. I have to be at work in an hour. I can work with that time frame, come on. Kate grabs my hands and takes me to her bedroom. The day drags at Clayton's even though we're busy. We've hit the summer season, so I have to spend 2 hours restocking the shelves once the shop is closed. It's mindless work and it gives me too much time to think. I've not really had a chance all day. Under Kate's tireless, frankly intrusive instruction, my legs and underarms are shaved to perfection, my eyebrows plucked, and I'm buffed all over. It's been a most unpleasant experience, but she assures me this is what men expect these days. Okay, fuck the roommate. Fuck the roommate right now for saying if you're going to have sex, then you need to be like, shaved head to toe and probably everywhere in between. And, pluck your eyebrows and be all sexy. Again, if a woman wants to do these things, fine. I've certainly done it before certain things to an extent, not to that extent, but to an extent. Why? Because I wanted to. Because it made me feel good and it made me feel sexy and more comfortable with being sexy with somebody. But that was my decision. This, again, is not her decision. She even says that she doesn't want any part of this, but somebody is making her do it. If it was her doing it, I'm fine. But it's not. It is somebody doing this to her to turn her into a fuck doll. This is a roommate who is a slut saying, if you want him to, give you some, then this is how you need to look. You need to present yourself like this. And I'm not for that in a relationship. I'm not for the bullshit of, doing all the shaving and the plucking and the waxing. Because let's face it, that's never going to be maintained. And I would rather have somebody who wants to have sex with me when I have not shaved my legs in 2 weeks and I am wearing sweatpants and my hair is plastered to my face and, I smell like dish soap, but they still want me. I'd rather have that from the beginning than turn myself into some porn star lookalike and have them want to hit that. But then when it gets serious and you start living together and you smell like dish soap and are wearing yoga pants, they go, why don't you ever doll up for me anymore, darling? This is where you get that problem. So just be yourself from the beginning. And again, if you want to do this for a special occasion or, on his birthday or whatever, fine. I don't have a problem with it. But I'm saying set reasonable standards, people. What else will he expect? I have to convince Kate that this is what I want to do. For some strange reason, she doesn't trust him because she knows better. Maybe because he's so stiff and formal. She says she can't put her finger on it, but I promised to text her when I arrive in Seattle. I haven't told her about the helicopter. She'd freak. Rightly so. Rightly so, because once she's in the helicopter, he could take her to Seattle, or he could take her one of several other places. I don't know what the maximum range of a helicopter leaving Washington State is, but I do know it could make it to one of several foreign countries from which she may never return. So yeah, reason number one, I would not be getting in a helicopter with somebody on what amounts to effectively a first date. And I don't care if they are Richard Gere. I also have the Jose issue. He's left 3 messages and 7 missed calls on my cell phone. Stalker much? Get a restraining order. Be done with him. He's also called home twice. Kate has been vague as to where I am. Why would Kate do that? She doesn't know anything happened. So author's assuming roommate has magic knowledge here because roommate doesn't know that anything happened with Jose. So she would have been like, oh, I have no idea why she's ditching you. No, she's with Christian Grey. Yeah, no, she's totally like with him. She's in his hotel room, even though Kate didn't know that. She had no fucking clue where she was. Because all Christian said was that he texted that she was still alive and with him, but not like specifics. So I'm calling bullshit. Do you want me to look up the make and model of the helicopter that's in the movie? Because I'm sure I could. Also, you didn't answer my previous question. But Washington is a corner state. I know where it is. It's like under BC. It's all the way west. And so you're on the edge of America already, so you could easily, like, Canada is probably like 10 minutes by air from Seattle. And I'm trying to picture a world map, and I'm not good at it. You could definitely get to parts of Asia, I would think, in relatively short amount of time. Again, you could get to Canada for sure. Easy peasy, because it's right there. My previous question, now that you are listening, is we had the first elevator scene, and I asked you, if you were to do the following to your wife, how many pieces would you be in by the time we got to the lobby? If you, while in an elevator with your very lovely wife, quote, before I know it, he's got both my hands in one of his and a vice-like grip above my head. He's pinning me to the wall using his hips. His other hand grabs my hair and yanks down, bringing my face up. His lips are on mine. It's only just painful. If you grabbed her hands and put them above her head, painfully squeezing them, and slammed her into the wall and shoved your tongue down her throat, without any warning and without permission, how many pieces are you in by the time you hit the lobby? And with that, I am pouring myself some more wine. Also, will you help me with my crime project? I don't think you were listening, but I have started. I will say it again because now I know you're listening. For the first time in my life, I have written in a book, okay? For the first time in my life, I have written in a book. I am listing the crimes of Christian Grey as they go, and I want to know if you will help me with a little project I have dreamed up in my evil little head for the end of this book. Please, please, please say yes. I will forward you the details later. You think so? You know, the first chance I have, I'm going to tell her that you said that, right? But you are married, so you have some implied consent. These are two people who have just met and had coffee, and he kidnapped her. Because he literally kidnapped her. And then he alluded to, I have some big dark secret that I'm going to show you tonight. And I won't touch you until then. And then immediately did that in the elevator. I would hope so. Also, can I watch? I mean, what? I was doing so good at writing Day too until I got hung up on needing to Google mushroom tea. Again, I should have done more drugs in high school, clearly. Or I wouldn't have had to Google how they work. He'll know she's covering for me. Kate doesn't do vague. But I've decided to let him stew. I'm still too angry with him. Where's the anger from? Because, like, in the minutes after he sexually assaulted her in a parking lot, she was not angry at all. She was just saying, oh, like, he's drunk, he's got the wrong impression, I'll deal with him later. She was not angry. Christian mentioned some kind of written paperwork, and I don't know if he was joking or if I'm going to have to sign something. It's frustrating trying to guess. And on top of all the angst, I can barely contain my excitement or my nerves. Tonight's the night. After all this time, am I ready for this? My inner goddess glares at me, tapping her small foot impatiently. She's been ready for this for years, and she's ready for anything with Christian Grey. But I still don't understand what he sees in me. Mousy Anna Steele. It makes no sense. This whole book makes no sense. That's why a lot of idiots thought it was really good and romantic, but those are idiots because it's garbage. And it's a how to stalk 'em, rape 'em handbook for sure. Somebody's knocking on my ceiling. He's punctual, of course, and waiting for me when I leave Clayton's. He climbs out of the back of the Audi to open the door and smiles warmly at me. Good evening, Miss Steele, he says. Mr. Grey? I nod politely to him as I climb in the back seat of the car. Taylor is sitting in the driver's seat. Hello, Taylor, I say. Good evening, Miss Steele. His voice is polite and professional. Christian climbs in the other side and clasps my hand, giving me a gentle squeeze that echoes through my body. How is work, he asks. Very long, I reply, and my voice is husky, too low and full of need. Yes, it's been a long day for me, too. What did you do? I manage. I went hiking with Elliot. His thumb strokes my knuckles back and forth, and my heart skips a beat as my breathing accelerates. How does he do this to me? Ruby's in the air. He's only touching a very small area of my body, and the hormones are flying, because she's been pent up for like 22 years. This is why I do not believe in waiting that long for sex. I do believe you should be of a certain age, yes, and that there are circumstances, but I do not believe in in being much older than like, at best, like 19, because dear God, I'm sorry, but it's part of growing up. It's part of existing in the real world and figuring your shit out. When you wait too long, you leave yourself vulnerable to this kind of crap. The drive to the heliport is short, and before I know it, we arrive. I wonder where the fabled helicopter might be. We're in the built-up area of the city, and even I know helicopters need space to take off and land. Taylor parks, climbs out, and opens the door for me. Christian is beside me in an instant and takes my hand again. Ready? He asks. I nod and want to say, for anything. But I can't articulate the words as I'm too nervous, too excited. Taylor. He nods curtly at his driver, and we head into the building, straight to the set of elevators. Elevator. The memory of our kiss this morning comes back to haunt me. I've thought of nothing else all day. Daydreaming at the register at Clayton's. Twice Mr. Clayton had to shout my name to bring me back to Earth. To say I've been distracted would be the understatement of the year. Christian glances down at me, and a slight smile on his lips. Ha, he's thinking about it too. It's only 3 floors, he says dryly, his eyes dancing with amusement. He's telepathic, surely. It's spooky. Or he knows what you're thinking because it's what he intended you to think, and you are too dumb to exist. I try to keep my face impassive as we enter the elevator. The doors close, and there it is. The weird electrical attraction crackling between us. Enslaving me. There's a choice of words. I close my eyes in a vain attempt to ignore it. He tightens his grip on my hand, and 5 seconds later, the doors open onto the roof of the building. This is the world's shortest building. And there it is, a white helicopter with the name Grey Enterprises Holdings, Inc., written in blue with the company logo on the side. Surely this is misuse of company property. He owns the company outright, and it's not publicly available or traded, so he has no board. So he can do whatever the fuck he wants. He leads me to a small office where an old-timer sits behind the desk. Here's your flight plan, Mr. Grey. All external checks are done. It's ready and waiting, sir. You're free to go. Thank you, Joe. Christian smiles warmly at him. Oh, someone deserving of polite treatment from Christian. Perhaps he's not an employee. I stare at the old guy in awe. Let's go, Christian says, and we make our way towards the helicopter. When we're up close, it's much bigger than I thought. I expected it to be a roadster version for 2, but it has at least 7 seats. Christian opens the door and directs me to one of the seats at the very front. Okay, there you go, Mark. It's a big enough helicopter that it has at least 7 seats, so it's pretty big. So it has to have a considerable range. Sit. Don't touch anything, he orders as he climbs in behind me. He shuts the door with a slam. I'm glad the area is floodlit. Otherwise, I'd find it difficult to see inside the small cockpit. I sit down in my allotted seat, and he crouches beside me to strap me into the harness. It's a 4-point harness with all the straps connecting in one central buckle. He tightens both the upper straps so I can hardly move. Again, I would have a problem with this. He's so close and intent on what he's doing. If I could only lean forward, my nose would be in his hair. He smells clean and fresh, heavenly, but I'm fastened securely into my seat and effectively immobile. He glances up and smiles like he's enjoying his usual private joke, his eyes heated. He's so tantalizingly close. I hold my breath as he pulls at one of my upper straps. You're secure. No escaping, he whispers. Breathe, Anastasia. The fact that he repeatedly has to keep telling her to breathe in his presence because he knows exactly what he's doing and he's just underlining the fantasy and the fact that she's overwhelmed to the point where she literally stops breathing is really gross. We got like 5 pages left, so I'm just gonna power through. It's okay. It's all okay. Reaching up, he caresses my cheek, running his long fingers down my chin, which he grasps between his thumb and forefinger. He leans forward and plants a brief, chaste kiss, leaving me reeling, my insides clenching at the thrilling, unexpected touch of his lips. I like this harness, he whispers. What? He sits down beside me and buckles himself into his seat, then begins a protracted procedure of checking gauges and flipping switches and buttons from the mind-boggling array of dials, lights, and switches in front of me. Little lights wink and flash from the various dials, and the whole instrument panel lights up. Put your cans on, he says, pointing to a set of headphones in front of me. I pull them on. The rotator blades start. They are deafening. He puts his headphones on and continues flipping various switches. If he didn't have his headphones on, who the fuck was he talking to doing checks? Because the headphones are where the mic is, so who is he talking to? I'm just going through all the pre-flight checks. Christian's disembodied voice is in my ears through the headphones. I turn and grin at him. Do you know what you're doing? I ask. He turns and smiles at me. I've been a fully qualified pilot for 4 years, Anastasia. You're safe with me. He gives me a wolfish grin. Well, while we're flying, he adds, and winks at me. Winking. Christian. Are you ready? I nod, wide-eyed. Okay, Tower. PDX, this is Charlie Tango, Golf Echo Hotel. Cleared for takeoff. Please confirm. Over. Charlie Tango, you are clear. PDX to call. Proceed 14,000, heading 010 over. Roger, Charlie Tango set. Over and out. Here we go. He adds to me. The helicopter rises slowly and smoothly into the air. Portland disappears in front of us as we head into U.S. airspace, until my stomach remains firmly in Oregon. Whoa. All the bright lights shrink until they're twinkling sweetly below us. It's like looking out from inside a fishbowl. Once we're higher, there's really nothing to see. It's a pitch black, not even the moon to shed any light on our journey. How can he see where he's going? Eerie, isn't it? Christian's voice is in my ears. How do you know you're going the right way? Here. He points his long index finger at one of the gauges, and it shows an electronic compass. This is an EC-135 Eurocopter, one of the safest in its class. It's equipped for night flight. He glances at me. There's a helipad on top of the roof of the building I live in. That's where we're headed. Of course there's a helipad where he lives. I'm so out of my league here. His face is softly illuminated by the lights on the instrument panel. He's concentrating hard. I drink in his features from beneath my lashes. He has a beautiful profile. Straight nose, square-jawed. I'd like to run my tongue along his jaw. He hasn't shaved, and his stubble makes the prospect doubly tempting. I'd like to feel how rough it is beneath my tongue, my fingers, and against my face. She would quickly take that back, because it's not fun. That's all. I'm just saying, you want to get with me, you better shave. I see a tall skyscraper with a helipad. The word Escala is painted in white on top of the building. It's getting nearer and nearer, bigger and bigger, like my anxiety. God, I hope I don't let him down. That's the thought. I honestly thought, I'm sorry, I don't know where my brain went, but I honestly thought she was going to say, I hope he doesn't crash and kill us both. Because that's what I'm thinking when she says anxiety, that he's going to crash and kill us both. But no, it's I hope I don't let him down! Even though they're not in a relationship, they just met. This is painful, this is disgusting, this is not how anything works. This is worse than Cinderella. This is worse than Snow White and Aurora and all the other dumbass bitches in the original Disney movies, some of whom only got 3 lines in their own fucking movie. Because that is how little they mattered. He'll find me lacking in some way. I wish I'd listened to Kate and borrowed one of her dresses. But I like my black jeans. I'm wearing a soft mint green shirt and Kate's black jacket. I look smart enough. This is a date, honey, not a job interview. I grip the edge of my seat tighter and tighter. I can do this. I can do this. I chant the mantra as the skyscraper looms below us. The helicopter slows and hovers, and Christian sets down on the helipad on top of the building. My heart is in my mouth. I can't decide if it's from nervous anticipation, relief that we've arrived alive, or fear that I will fail in some way. He switches the ignition off and the rotator blades slow and quiet, until all I hear is the sound of my own erratic breathing. Christian takes his headphones off and reaches across, slowly pulls mine off too. We're here, he says softly. So she knows that this is all just prelude to fucking, but she's like so terrified that what, she's gonna let him down? Because he has what expectations, or what right to any expectations? And I've now been reliably informed that this helicopter has a range of up to 550 miles. So, yes, he could easily have taken her to several other countries. Eh. His look is so intense, half in shadow and half in the bright white light from the landing lights. Dark night and white night. It's a fitting metaphor for Christian. He looks strained, his jaw clenched and his eyes are tight. He unfastens his seatbelt and reaches over to unbuckle mine. His face is inches from me. You don't have to do anything you don't want to. You know that, don't you? Said every pimp to every whore ever. His tone is so earnest, desperate even. His eyes impassioned. He takes me by surprise because he's utterly manipulating, you poor sad fool who is too stupid to realize what he's doing. I'd never do anything I didn't want to, Christian. Yes, she would. Yes, she would, and yes, she does. And as I say the words, I don't quite feel their conviction, because at this moment in time, I'd probably do anything for this man seated beside me. But this does the trick. He's mollified. Oh my god, this is so gross already. He hasn't even raped her yet, and already she's worried about mollifying him. And knows that she will do anything for him, no matter what. Even though she's never done anything. She's already like, yeah, I will just do anything for you because you've completely like overwhelmed her and love bombed her and sex bombed her, and she doesn't know which way is up, and all she knows in the world is that she wants more of him and what he gives her. Because it's effectively the same as he's giving her crack. It's just a different form of intoxication. The line, he's mollified. Like, honey, why are you worried about this? Why is this a line? Because again, this is what Alessia frequently did to Maxim. Whenever he was angry, what did she do? She got very submissive and gave him sex so he wouldn't be angry and wouldn't beat her as she expected. And was apparently willing to live with. He eyes me wary for a moment, and somehow, even though he's so tall, he manages to ease his way gracefully out of the door of the helicopter and open it. He jumps out, waiting for me to follow, and takes my hand as I clamber down onto the helipad. It's very windy on top of the building, and I'm nervous about the fact I'm standing at least 30 stories high in an unenclosed space. I would be too. I don't do rooftops. Or open water. Christian wraps his arm around my waist, pulling me tightly against him. Come, he shouts above the noise of the wind. He drags me over to an elevator, and after tapping a number into the keypad, the doors open. It's warm inside and all mirrored glass. I can see Christian to infinity everywhere I look, and the wonderful thing is he's holding me to infinity too. Christian taps another code into the keypad, and then the doors close, and the elevator descends. Moments later, we're in an all-white foyer. In the middle is a round, dark wood table, and on it is an unbelievably huge bunch of white flowers. On a wall, there are paintings everywhere. He opens a double set of doors, and the white theme continues across a wide corridor, where directly opposite is the entrance to a huge palatial room. In the main room, double height, huge is too small a word. The far wall is glass and leads onto a balcony that overlooks Seattle. Again, why didn't they keep this all-white theme for the movie? Because it would be very visually striking. It would certainly be more memorable than the generic crap that we saw on screen, because quite frankly, I was underwhelmed by his apartment and by the Red Room, but we'll get there. But yeah, his apartment did not strike me as being like fancy or well decorated even. So if we had, as in The Office, which also did not, but in the apartment kept this all white theme, that would have been visually striking. That would have registered. I would have remembered that, but I don't remember much of his apartment because it was so just blah. It was just generic and run of the mill, and I didn't like it. So at least this would have stood out in some way. To the right is an imposing U-shaped sofa that could seat 10 adults comfortably. It faces a state-of-the-art stainless steel, or maybe platinum for all I know, modern fireplace. The fire is lit and flaring gently. On the left beside us, by the entryway, is the kitchen area, all white with dark wood tops, and a breakfast bar that seats 6. Near the kitchen area, in front of the glass wall, is a dining table surrounded by 16 chairs. And tucked into the corner is a full-size, shiny black grand piano. Oh yes, he probably plays the piano too. There's art of all shapes and sizes on the wall. In fact, this apartment looks more like a gallery than a place to live. Okay, again, it's wonderfully descripted. This is lazy writing when you over-descript, but if you're going to do it, and I'm not saying there isn't a time and place, because I'm definitely guilty of that too, because I want to paint a picture for the reader. And so I've had lines like that as well, because you want to let people know where you are and what it looks like. But again, if there's all this detail in the book about what it looks like, why did they not do that in the movie? Because this would have looked much better. This would have looked so much better. The contrast of the stark white furniture and, the dining room table with 16 chairs that you're certain nobody has ever sat around, but then having all these magnificent paintings cluttering every inch of wall space in such a contrast to the stark white and minimalist furniture, showing at this conflict within your main character who lives there. It would give him some personality, for God's sake, other than that of a sadist stalker serial killer. Can I take your jacket? Christian asks. I shake my head. I'm still cold from the wind on the helipad. Would you like a drink? He asks. I blink at him. After last night? Is he trying to be funny? For 1 second, I think about asking for a margarita, but I don't have the nerve. I'm going to have a glass of white wine. Would you like to join me? Yes, I would. Yes, please, I murmur. I'm standing in this enormous room, feeling out of place. I walk over to the glass wall and realize the lower half of the wall opens concertina style to the balcony. I don't know what that means, and I don't want to. Seattle is lit up and lively in the background. I walk back into the kitchen area. It takes a few seconds. It's so far from the glass wall, and Christian is opening a bottle of wine. He's removed his jacket. Pulili Fum? Okay with you? I have no idea what this wine is, and I'm probably pronouncing it very horribly. I know nothing about wine, Christian. I'm sure it'll be fine. My voice is soft and hesitant. My heart is thumping. I want to run. This is seriously rich. Seriously over-the-top Bill Gates style wealthy. What am I doing here? You know very well what you're doing here. My subconscious sneers at me. Yes, I want to be in Christian Gray's bed. At least she's admitting it. But honey, let's be honest. A guy like this is going to use you and then forget you. Except he has a sick obsession with you and wants to own you and has already started treating you as if he does. But that ain't going to end well either. Here, he hands me a glass of wine. Even the glasses are rich. Heavy, contemporary crystal. I take a sip, and the wine is light, crisp, and delicious. You're very quiet, and you're not even blushing. In fact, I think this is the palest I've seen you, Anastasia. He murmurs. Are you hungry? I shake my head. Not for food. It's a very large place you have here. Big? Big. It's big, he agrees, and his eyes glow with amusement. I take another sip of wine. Do you play? I point my chin at the piano. Yes. Well? Yes. Of course you do. Is there anything you can't do well? Yes. A few things. He takes a sip of his wine. He doesn't take his eyes off me. I feel them follow me as I turn and glance around the vast room. Room is the wrong word. It's not a room. It's a mission statement. Because I was watching Jerry Maguire when I wrote this, and damn it. Do you want to sit? I nod, and he takes my hand and leads me to the large off-white couch. As I sit, I'm struck by the fact that I feel like Tess Durbeyfield looking at the new house that belongs to the notorious Alec de Uberville. The thought makes me smile. What's so amusing? He sits down beside me, turning to face me. He rests his head on on his right hand, his elbow propped on the back of the couch. Why did you give me Tess of the Uberville specifically? I ask. Christian stares at me for a moment, and I think he's surprised by the question. Well, you said you liked Thomas Hardy. Is that the only reason? Even I can hear the disappointment in my voice. His mouth presses into a hard line. It seemed appropriate. I could hold you to some impossibly high ideal like Angel Clare, or debase you completely like Alice de Uberville, he mutters, and his eyes flash dark and dangerous. So he's clearly like he's telling, again, somebody tells you who they are, believe them, and he's just told her, and she's refusing to believe it because idiot. Because dumb, naive girl that is willingly walking into the serial killer lair, which is what this is. If there are only two choices, I'll take the debasement. I whisper, gazing at him, my subconscious staring at me in awe. He gasps. Okay, so there we go. That is her sold my soul to the devil moment. Saying, I will put up with your abuse because on some subconscious level, I recognize it as what it is, and I get the reference, and I will put up with the abuse because I am so infatuated with you. Anastasia, stop biting your lip, please. It's very distracting. You don't know what you're saying. That's why I'm here. He frowns. Yes. Would you excuse me for a moment? He disappears through the wide doorway on the far side of the room. He's gone for a couple of minutes and then returns with a document. This is a non-disclosure agreement. He shrugs and has the grace to look a little embarrassed. My lawyer insists on it. He hands it to me, and I'm completely bemused. If you're going for option 2, debasement, you'll need to sign this. Again, this is where you run the fuck away, because he's basically saying, if you sign this, I'm going to abuse the fuck out of you no matter what you say, and you can't tell anybody. Because they have not talked about anything, and he is not making clear what he means. So there needs to be multiple conversations with time in between to think about it before you sign something like this. But that's not going to happen because she's horny. And if I don't want to sign anything, then it's Angel Clare's high ideals. Well, for most of the book anyway. What does this arrangement mean? It means you cannot disclose anything about us. Anything. To anyone. I stare at him in disbelief. Holy shit. This is bad. Really bad. And now I'm very curious to know. That's not the appropriate response. When you go, this is bad, really bad, the appropriate response is not to go, I'm curious. Okay, I'll sign. He hands me a pen. Aren't you even going to read it? No. He frowns. Anastasia, you should always read anything you sign. He admonishes me. He's right! Again, listen to the psychopath. Christian, what you fail to understand is that I wouldn't talk about us to anyone anyway. Even Kate. It's so immaterial whether I sign an agreement or not. If it means so much to you, or your lawyer, whom you obviously talk to, then fine, I'll sign it. Again, this is a conversation that happens after like 6 months of dating. This is not a conversation that happens with a woman he met 3 days ago and is stalked and emotionally manipulated and mentally tortured. Fair point, well made, Miss Steele. No, it wasn't. No, it isn't. Your tool. Shut up. I lavishly sign on the dotted line of both copies and hand one back to him. Folding the other, I place it in my purse and take a large swig of my wine. I'm sounding so much braver than I actually feel. Does this mean you're going to make love to me tonight, Christian? Holy shit, did I just say that? His mouth drops open slightly, but he recovers quickly. No, Anastasia, it doesn't. First, I don't make love. I fuck. Hard. Second, there's a lot more paperwork to do. And third, you don't yet know what you're in for. You could still run for the hills. Come, I want to show you my playroom. My mouth drops open. Fuck hard? Holy shit. That sounds so hot. It shouldn't to somebody who knows nothing. Why are you looking at a playroom? I'm mystified. You want to play on your Xbox? I ask. He laughs loudly. No, Anastasia. No Xbox. No PlayStation. Come. He stands, holding out his hand. I let him lead me back to the corridor. On the right of the double doors where we came in, another door leads to a staircase. We go up to a second floor and turn right. Producing a key from his pocket, he unlocks yet another door and takes a deep breath. You can leave any time. The helicopter is on standby to take you wherever you want to go. You can stay the night and go home in the morning. It's fine, whatever you decide. Just open the damn door, Christian. He opens the door and stands back to let me in. I gaze at him once more. I so want to know what's in there. Taking a deep breath, I walk in. And it feels like I've time traveled back to the 16th century in the Spanish Inquisition. Holy fuck. End of chapter, and no, it doesn't. Because I know what comes after this, and my biggest disappointment when I saw the movie was the reveal of the Red Room. But we will get to that next week, because that is end of chapter, and that is end of book club for this evening. And next week, you better believe I'm going to bash the ever-loving fuck out of the description, and I will have pictures of the Red Room, because E.L. James don't know what the fuck she's about, and that room is a disgrace to BDSM. But much more on that will be said next week. Thank you all for joining me. Please love on your fur babies, and please come back next week to spend some more time with us as we dissect one of the most disgusting, shameful, no doubt fueled a lot of crimes, in my opinion, I think so, kind of so, book ever that should never be thought of as romantic, because it is a serial killer handbook and a guide to stalking and rape. But that's just my opinion. Like I said, come back next week. Hope you had a good time. Hope you had a good laugh. Love on your fur babies and yourself. And we will see you next week. Good night, everybody.